Bow, pull tight, crown like cold winter light, scroll in hand, seven seals, every word cuts
what heals. Check.
Iron stone, measure grain by a dying sun, silver short for everyone. Pale horse waits, eyes like ash, graves awake, tombs unlatched, Hades hangs on a trailing chain, every pulse spells your name, wars and rumors of wars, spoken like a curse in the dark,
every line,
every scar's another cracked heart in the
arc.
wars and rumors of wars.
Hey.
Echo from the prophets and seers.
All right, check.
When the Lamb breaks the seal, all the old world shakes with our
Open.
How long? Blood at the
All right, check one.
becomes a song.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Hit the like, share the show. It's Hal Sparks, Mega Worldwide. How you doing? Good to see you in my brand new Atari shirt, which has just the right shade of green to make part of my body see-throughable right now. I'm part of the singularity. That's what's happening. It's quantum physics happening right before your very eyes. Oh, hi, Berea, Ohio. I've been there. Czechoslovakia. Look at that. Yeah. Get in there, folks. Hit the like, share the show, annoy the maggot in your life. There are a couple of things I need to show you that just, oh God, oh dear God. We have a lot of stuff, obviously, to talk about. Not the least of which was, and I just had it. Where was it? I think it was just as I got that. That showed what Trump's diet's like on the Daily Beast. It was brutal. I was like, I don't even know if I could show this clip on the show. It was making me nauseous just listening to like Dr. Oz and Don Jr. talk about this crap. Let's see. Hold on. I'll find it. I hate when like links just go away. It's almost as like the deep state's trying to stop me and hide things. Trump's diet cola. Yeah, there's you go. Okay, yeah, there's a couple of places. Yeah, this is. They have the clip. They actually have the fucking clip. Oh, God. Yeah, watch on YouTube. Ink. That's where you go. Grab it there. And then, yeah, this is it. Is this the way?
twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's.
Recall
Hold on.
of ketchup on it, and then be like,
oh God, here it is. Yeah.
So he starts to like sheepishly grin. He goes,
okay.
Carted them off to jail. They get arraigned, and these folks are going to do prisons.
1 second.
On their durable.
Okay, here we go. This is Dr. Oz talking to Don Jr. about Donald Trump's diet. Sorry for that moment. I just had to re-cue it so we don't have to watch the whole goddamn thing. Just there is one verbal omission that stood out to me. Let's see if you can spot it. Chat room, do you have it in you? Can you spot the question posed? Kind of like, remember the lady from DoorDash where he's like, you want transports, man, woman, bathroom? And she was like, I don't really have an opinion about that. I'm here to talk about no tax on tips, right? Which is the note she got from the White House. Like, if he brings up anything else, just say you're just here to talk about no tax. Don't get dragged into his bullshit. He will slaughter you. So she clearly got the note, right? Watch for Dr. Oz to not respond to a very particular part of the of Don Jr.'s assessment, but there you go.
Canes. We're in South Florida right now. There are twice as many durable medical equipment suppliers in South Florida than McDonald's. And it's not because Bobby's knocking out McDonald's. Yeah. It's because we've got so much fraud.
Although he's trying
he
may try. I mean, that's a different.
He might try. I'm coked out of my fucking gourd.
You know what I love is that because the iconic picture, your dad trying to get Bobby to eat a bunch of junk food.
I call him Bobby, you know, because I know a Kennedy.
No, I was in that picture.
Oh, you're
yeah, it's me. It's me. We were coming back from.
Yeah, you don't stand out, though, because you look like you would eat that shit.
A UFC fight in New York, and it's me, my father, Elon, and Bobby. And, you know,
it's like the douchebag express.
You've eaten with my father. I mean, he eats like a blue-collar American. It is not a show. That's what he does. And so he's got his 2 Big Macs and multiple fries.
By the way, that's the fake picture of them eating Thanksgiving. See the big fake turkey? That's made up. That's the Joe version of the picture. That's not actually... the pic. Holy shit. Wait a minute. What the fuck? What are they even trying to do? Are they mocking that picture? Or are they just pretending that McDonald's... Okay. Trump, Bobby, Kennedy, airplane, McDonald's, image. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Like, oh, get back here. Hold on. Get out of here. Close. This is the original picture. Didn't take me but a second. This is the actual picture. I don't even know what the fuck they think they're getting away with. That's why he looks like he's taking a shit. And also, it's Mike Johnson. Never mind. Anyway, like, they show the wrong picture entirely. Hold on. Is this the last one? Where is it? This guy right here. Nope. This guy. Yeah. So this is the one they post, like, in the interview on Don Jr.'s show Triggered. And this is the actual one. This is not, what the hell? Maybe he references it. Maybe it's like, this is hilarious.
He basically
hold on.
Convinces Bob. And I hand my camera over to one of the guys. Like, you gotta get.
I like, hey, could you Photoshop a Thanksgiving dinner in there that doesn't look like we're eating out of a fucking bucket behind a Taco Bell?
Picture this because it's too funny and
it's so funny. Like, I was just like, my dad has like gone from 0 to completely flush your ethics down a toilet with this guy in like 5 minutes. It's like, I don't even know why we were surprised about this because the dude fucking cheated on his wife and bragged to her to the point where she, never mind. I don't even want to bring it up, but you know. Also, heroin addict, you know, it fucking makes fucking Hunter Biden look like a Mormon. All right, why is the...
And when the picture is so funny because his face is like, he was just like caught like a kid with his hand in the cookie jar. It was amazing.
No, he doesn't. He looks disgusted, you fucking weirdo. Here's the picture again. Does he look like he had his kid, a kid who's got his fucking hand caught in the cookie jar? He looks fucking disgusted. Like he's literally like looked at it and held that face right up to the fucking camera. Thank you, Treva. I appreciate it. Happy World Quantum Day. Oh, yes, and happy Laughter Day. Laughter Day. It's the International Laughter Day. So we're all going to laugh a lot. Also, the nice thing about it being International Quantum Day is that I can do this show and not do the show at the same time, and be here and not be here at the same time. I'm superpositioning. That's why you can't. It's why the framing is as such. Sorry. Okay. So he's like. No, he's fucking not. You weirdo. Also, I don't know why my headphones.
He doesn't know what to do.
Hold
It was
on.
like the most.
Hold on.
It was
It was like
amazing.
a hostage photo.
It
He
was
doesn't
so-
know what to do.
It was like the most viral photo of that week because it was just so
Well,
funny.
the crazy thing is, that your dad replicates that weekly in the Oval Office.
Did you hear that? He eats McDonald's in the Oval Office weekly. Like he eats it a lot. He eats it all the time. Hold on. There's this
Now
weird.
usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start
Sorry.
off. It's that weekly in the Oval Office. So he'll pepper. Bobby and I usually go to the meetings together. So he'll first start off with candy bars, that little candy jar he'll call it. He'll hit the red button.
Yeah.
And then comes the diet soda pop, which is
He says Diet Soda Pop because he doesn't want to say Diet Coke because he's trying to avoid saying product names as if everybody doesn't fucking know. Then comes the Diet Soda Pop. It's one or the other. Asshole. Good God. Diet Coke! All right.
your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So
Yeah, I want you to hear that again. This is one of the two doctors that are in Trump's cabinet. And one of them is not joking when he describes why Trump thinks it's okay to drink Diet Coke. Because it kills grass, therefore it must kill cancer. Hold on, why is this here?
your dad argues that diet soda is good for him because it kills grass. It's poured on grass, so therefore it must kill cancer cells inside the body. So he'll try to, please. I'm not even going to argue this right now.
Yeah, but that is fucking insane. It's so true. You know what I mean? And if I didn't have like basically an 8-ball in my nostrils right now, I'd probably criticize it, you know. It's like Don Jr. watched Die Hard and went, I want to grow up to be Ellis. It's like his dad watches the Avengers movies and goes, that Thanos guy's really got it going on. This is how this family takes they take the exact opposite message they should from any movie. Right.
Because he wants to talk about something, and he's got
Hold on.
this right now.
Yeah.
We were on Air Force One the other day, and I walk in there because he wants to talk about something, and he's got an orange soft drink on his desk.
Fanta. He drinks Fanta.
That's what I didn't want to say the brand name on the podcast. He's got
Why not? They probably get it by the case. Do you think Trump's going to avoid saying a product name, just assuming they're going to send him a fucking truckload of that shit? All right.
his desk.
Fanta. He drinks Fanta.
That's what I didn't want to say the brand name on the podcast. He's got Fanta on the desk, and I say, "Are you kidding me?" So he starts to like sheepishly grin. He goes, "You know, this stuff's good for me. It kills cancer cells." And then he tells me it's fresh squeezed. So how bad could it be for you?
Okay. But then
No. Wait. Stop. This asshole thinks that Fanta is freshly squeezed. Dr. Oz did not say that like he does this hilarious. It's freshly squeezed, higher. It seems like he actually believes it. And again, the line about killing grass, therefore it'll kill cancer. Neither one of them is going, he's so hilarious. They're like, yeah, no, it's fucking. I can't believe how dumb.
So how bad could it be for you?
Okay. But then Maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of
Wait
guys
for it.
pushing 80. Not a lot that have his level of energy, recall, stamina. Is he just the exception that proves the rule? I'm not saying we got to adapt this, but maybe there's something there, because I see a lot of guys at 80, that can't think or walk.
You probably remember this, but in 2000.
Nope. No. Did you notice that? Did you notice that he did not co-sign the assertion that Donald Trump is sharp and has lots of energy? You notice he just kind of, I'm not even addressing it. Baby, he's got all this energy. I've never seen anybody with so much fucking energy. I can't even do this asshole's voice without choking myself. But listen to that again. Like he's hard selling it. Baby, doing all this crap and eating garbage and stuff. Maybe there's something to this, because he's so sharp and he's so aware, and he's got lightning reflexes, man. You knock a glass off a table, he's like, he grabs it like that badass German dude in fucking Ronin, man. It's like, watch Dr. Oz totally whiff on the idea of co-signing that Trump has any of those traits.
Okay, but then
Okay.
maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of guys pushing 80.
Also, he's laughing in his fucking face right now. Dr. Oz is laughing in Don Jr.'s fucking face right now. Understand that. Because he's like, you got I'm giving you joke energy because I have no actual soul. So I don't have an anchor for anything I say. It all comes out as garbage. I always sound like I'm either full of shit or kidding. Okay. They will fuck you at the drive-thru. Yeah, he's doing that character.
Okay, but then
Okay. They will fuck you at the drive-thru. All right.
maybe he's onto something, because I will say this. I know a lot of guys pushing 80. Not a lot that have his level of energy, recall, stamina. Is he just the exception that proves the rule? I'm not saying we got to adapt this, but maybe there's something there, because I see a lot of guys at 80, that can't think or walk.
You probably remember this, but in 2016.
Yeah, that's hilarious. You're even floating the idea that he's actually still got any of it. But I'm going to, as a matter of fact, I have to go back to 2016 to try and come up with a story where he even knew his fucking name. It's like, you'll recall back a decade ago.
Guys at 80, they can't think or walk.
You probably remember this, but in 2016,
when he was still marginally sharp.
it was just before the election.
Yeah.
And I offer for your dad and Hillary Clinton to come on the show and just clear the air about health, because both were criticizing the others.
Of course.
And that week, Secretary Clinton got sick and she had to pull out of the show, and they want me to pull your dad from coming on. And I said, well, he's the nominee of the Republican Party. He's willing to come on and defend his health. And if you remember,
that was when she had passed out in public. Yeah.
So, but your dad had that medical record that looked like he had dictated it.
He had. It looked like that because he had.
And so he comes on the show, and God bless him, he brings a legitimate note from a doctor with all of his lab reports.
Yeah. And nobody can fake that.
I say, well, can I show these to people? He says, yeah, you can have it. Take a chair.
Yeah, they're not real. What do I give a shit?
So I read the note on the air, and
it's like asking me if you can share a limerick I told.
He was in perfect health. I mean, his testosterone, quite frankly, was through the roof.
Right, because it was fucking fake. That nothing tells you that entire document was a forged monstrosity more than the fact that it said he had the testosterone of a rutting rhinoceros. Just what a dickhead. You'll recall.
He was in perfect health. I mean, his testosterone, quite frankly, was through the roof, not taking any supplements. And so as I went through this, it's uncommon to see that healthy a list of labs of any.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like it's as fake as the fucking letter. Oh,
even if they're drinking this, or eating unpopular, non-healthy foods, I'll say. Yeah. But some of that's genetic, but some of it, your dad argues, is because when he's on the campaign trail.
Oh, this is fucking bananas.
he doesn't want to get sick. So he eats junk food.
No, fuck you. He eats like that all the time. That's not an excuse.
But it's food made in large, reputable chains because they have quality control on meals. And there are times he doesn't eat like that. He doesn't always eat junk stuff. Now, he has that meatloaf at Mar-a-Lago.
Well, the best was when he was
He gets the meatloaf at Mar-a-Lago. That's the save.
trying to do like the Atkins diet, and he'd have a big old steak, and that's great if you're doing all protein. But then half a pound of ketchup on it, and then be like, well, I'm just gonna have one scoop of ice cream. I'm like, no.
Normal, you're forgiven for understanding that a normal human being would say a whole bottle of ketchup on it as opposed to a half a pound. I don't know anyone that weighs ketchup by the pound, but it might be a situation where the Trump family has learned to adapt. Hold on, we're back. Hold on, I'm gonna back this up.
Mar-a-Lago.
Well, the best was when he was trying to do like the Atkins diet, and he'd have a big old steak, and that's great if you're doing all protein. But then half a pound of ketchup on it, and then be like, well, I'm just gonna have one scoop of ice cream. I'm like, no. You're doing no carbs. There's no just one scoop of ice cream for dessert. It doesn't work that way.
Well, without the ice cream, that's not a bad idea. Bobby's on that diet now. He eats steak with sauerkraut or some fermented meal. I mean, get your dad to do that for a while. I wonder what would happen. Maybe he'd get into a bad mood. I can't tell. But food.
Maybe he'd get into a bad mood. I can't tell. They don't call them Happy Meals for nothing.
Just sort of, that's his thing. You know what I mean? He doesn't drink. He doesn't do drugs. He never did. Never tried it.
Bullshit.
And so he always jokes when he pushes that button for the Diet Coke and the candy, the big bowl of candy. He's like, "That's my alcohol." And
well, probably because his gut is so fucked up, it probably ferments going through his system. There might be something to that. He might be drunk as fuck on just like backed up Diet Coke. He's like making prison wine in his stomach and in his large intestine. Good God. Why are Don Jr.'s teeth so white? Because they're not teeth?
The big bowl of candy, he's like, "That's my alcohol." And I was like, okay,
well, there's some merit to that. We had the new dietary guidelines that came out, and we sat.
Another way, like, can we take this whole conversation off this? It looks traffic's really backed up on bullshitting about Trump's health highway. So can we take some side roads? Back to here.
We had the new dietary guidelines that came out, and we sat in the back before we went out to do the press conference. And Caroline, had gone through all the possible questions. You might have me and Bobby, and so we're on stage, and the first question, of course, none of us expected, which was, "What about alcohol?" And I turned to Bobby and said, "You should take that question." He goes, "I'm not taking that question. I'm in AA." Taking the alcohol.
That is funny. Yeah, that is funny that he's in AA because he should be in NA, I suppose. But
question. And Caroline said, "Well, she's not going to take it. She's pregnant." So I took the question. And I do believe it's because I don't drink much. Your dad, of course, doesn't drink at all, which I do think is a very healthy approach. But for a lot of Americans, alcohol is a social lubricant.
Yeah.
And there's
yeah, that's kind of the problem, I think.
nothing healthier than having a good time with your friends, as long as no one's getting hurt.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, that fucked up the whole thing. Now tell us about how far away from right where you are, how far away is Epstein's house? You could walk to it. I guarantee it.
Healthier than having a good time with your friends, as long as no one's getting hurt.
Yeah, I heard that answer, and I was like, what? It was very unconventional, and yet I think it actually is very much right. As someone drank too much in my 20s, and as a kid,
And he meant it's about 3:00 in the afternoon. He meant at 3:20.
There's a point where it can be way too much.
Really?
But you're right. For the average person, a glass or two of wine, whatever it may, beer or two, like it changes that dynamic, and that's
No, that's a fucking stupid idea. Wait, all right. Not only it's like, let me just start with this. Okay. Whoops. Uh, the World Health Organization released their updated guidelines on alcohol. And there's always been this whole thing about a glass of red wine is good for you because of the polyphenolines in it, and a little beer because it helps you, it pushes the farts through or something like that, so they don't get backed up and turn you into a human balloon, and then you float away like a bad road company version of Up. He literally comes out and goes, yeah, it's social lubricant. That's what you have it. Well, first of all, the social lives of Americans is not the fucking business of Dr. Oz or Don Jr. certainly, or Bobby Kennedy, a former heroin user and a bit of a dry drunk. Here's what the new guidelines say: no safe amount, none. Now, it doesn't mean everybody has to stick to that, but that's what the new World Health Organization standards are. Like, the meta study of everything states that risk to health begins with the first drop of alcohol contributing to cancer, cardiovascular disease, liver damage, and driving your car through a mall. The shift in guidelines. The new federal advice abandons the explicit 1 to 2 drinks daily limit, instead of urging Americans to simply consume less alcohol for better health. That literally, right when the World Health Organization says no, they're right, exactly. Ask Swalwell about social lubricant. Ugh. Right when the World Health Organization says no, there's no healthy amount. The federal health guidelines should be based on the same meta study that looked at all the preponderance of evidence. That does not mean that they have any fucking say in your life. That's not the point. They're not supposed to tell you whether or not that's good for you, it's socially, or whether it'll ease you into sleeping with an old crusty man like Alan Dershowitz when you're hanging out at Jeffrey Epstein's house because you thought you were going over there for help with your SATs. We'll get to that in a minute. Right? That's none of their goddamn business. They should stick to the medical part of it. Isn't that what the whole jab, this is a social movement, they're trying to control you? Ugh, it's just so stupid. Anyways, back to stupid. Also, I don't,
Maybe or two, like it changes that dynamic, and that sort of that happiness that comes from it. I'm actually a believer in that, because there are.
Yeah, that's not happiness, shithead. It isn't happiness. Who was it? I don't know, I can't remember who said it. It was like a comic that used to have a line, is it bad when your parents refer to alcohol, to whiskey, I think it was, as pain go bye-bye juice?
A lot of people
like that's the kind of excuse part.
Dynamic, and that sort of that happiness that comes from it. I'm actually a believer in that, because there are a lot of people that are just, especially these days.
Oh wait, sorry. You're a big fan of mood-enhancing substances? You don't say.
Comes from it. I'm actually a believer in that, because there are a lot of people that are just, especially these days, when younger people, they're just stuck on their phones all the time. They don't have
yeah. Put down one addiction and pick up another.
Social norms that we grew up with. It's a lot harder for them to converse, and so I think there's a component to that.
You celebrate around alcohol, and if you go to places where
what the fuck
people live a long time, like Sardinia, the blue zones, they will sit around, a bunch of 80, 90-year-old men overlooking these beautiful mountains in the top, the heights of Sardinia. They'll have tiny itty bitty glasses of their red.
I got news for you. It's not the red wine that's doing it for them. It's the sardines. It's the sardines. They're kind of magic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to Summer that I enjoy sardines so much. This is a point of contention in our house. But my mom raised me eating sardines, and they're very good for you. And as a very filling, healthy source of protein and minerals and vitamins and healthy fats, sardines will do you up a treat. I grew up with my mom eating sardines and mustard sauce on crackers. Like that was the go-to, right? So yeah, what the fuck does this asshole know about social norms?
You know what I really recommend? I really recommend this is funny. What I really recommend is growing up a third generation rich kid where everybody has to put up with your shit or your dad will fucking sue them in court, right? 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 Because I mean, you want to talk about a social lubricant. There you go. All right, there was a story. Very very rough day for Melania, for Melanonia. It was we've all been going. What the I think most of us actually had a WTAF moment with Melania's statement that she was only having casual correspondence with a sex trafficker. And that's why she ended. It's the only message that ever happened. And also, uh, Captain Zamboni of the grotesque old fart modeling team is the one who introduced her to Donald, and not Epstein. Okay, so that was a big, yeah, it's malaria, right? It's melanoma. I'm Buck Melanoma, Molly Russell's wort. So I can do herring, but sardines are too strong for me. I love them. I don't mind herring. It's okay. We can get into this a lot. I'm good. I could have a cooking show about the various ways I will eat sardines. You get the ones in oil and then you just kind of flash fry them. You have to do them really fast on a very high heat because they get mushy if they cook. So you just got to like sear them essentially. Come on. And then you salt them. Yeah. Little garlic salt. Come on. Sorry. Anyways, back to the current unpleasantness. Hi, I'm Hal Sparks, and welcome to the current unpleasantness, where we all live in the second circle of hell. And I know that sounds depressing, but not as bad as knowing there are 5 more, and we could be way down there. And Trump is below us. All right, so we had this whole thing about people, Melania coming out and saying that she, did not know Jeffrey Epstein's. By the way, I'm allowed to make fun of her accent because she came here on a genius. I'm sorry, I can say it without laughing. She came here on a genius. Hey, stop it. Melania Trump, who was Melania Knaus at the time, came to America on a well-deserved I'll spell it. Maybe I can get through it that way. Gene, and I can't even do that. She came here to be the next Einstein. And she ended up hanging out with the Epstein, as it were. So there was this is so odd that he's like, the fact that Blanche came out and said like he will tell Trump that he loves him and stuff. It's just fucking creepy as shit. But one of the big stories, obviously, was that Melania. We were all wondering what the actual fuck, why now? Why in the ever loving shit did she do this? Right? And apparently it turns out that, man, everything moves so fast on this page. I'm gonna find my way back to it, and it annoys me. And that apparently we were. I think like a lot of you, I was like, well, obviously she's waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like this, she is the fan, and she is waiting for the shit, as it were. And interestingly enough, it was like, I can only imagine what's in the stuff that hasn't been released because they won't release it. But one of the things that's interesting is that there are a few things that were released that people didn't spend that much time on because they were, there's sort of a bum rush to look at Trump and his buddies and that kind of stuff, which makes total sense. Well,
Remember how she said that, they had Zamboni come out and say that he actually introduced Melania to Trump, not Jeffrey Epstein, right? That was the big thing. And she barely knew him and this and the other things and fuck Christmas, something like that. I'm paraphrasing. Unearthed FBI doc undercuts White House denial about Epstein's connection to Melania. Well, what would that be? I know you're asking. Well, let me show you. There was an interview summary report that was an interview that was given in 2019. What happened that year? Who was president that year? Who was running the DOJ at that time? Whatever happened to that Epstein guy doing that? I don't remember. Anyways, it's this little guy right here. It's one of these. It's one of our favorite kinds of documents on the show, obviously.
Yeah. If they ask, I forgot it. You ain't seen nothing. Yeah. We ain't saying nothing. Black bar over my past, can't track this. Screenshots cropped out, can't catch this. If it looks too wild on the axis,
I like right click, boom. So, in the redacted files, is the show good so far? I mean, I feel like I'm hunting around for some of these documents, and it's boring. It's boring even me. So I apologize. But this is back when she was Monica. Oh, sorry. Whoops. When she was Monica. And there are stories about this. And this woman goes into a lot of detail about Jean-Luc Brunel, about Epstein and Leslie Groft, the other Ghislaine, the other jizz bucket behind Maxwell. And there's a bunch of stuff in here. I'll share that with you. But let me see if I can expand. There you go. Plus. Come on, plus. There you go. Make it a little bigger. There you go. All right. So she had her attorney. They contacted her. They went and knocked on her door. And they were like, hey, guess why we're here? And like when questioned why she thought agents from the Federal Bureau of Investigation were at her residence, she responded, Jeffrey Epstein. There ain't nothing else. This is a Polish model who was brought over when she was borderline underage, 17, 18 years old. It doesn't, I'm not quite sure if it says what her actual age was when she came in. But when she came here, she was brought over by Zamboni and Noni and Epstein and whatever the fuck. And was always promised a bunch of shit and then ended up giving him massages and ended up being on the phone with Maxwell, like recruiting girls, like they were doing a fucking, like they were phone banking for Eric Swalwell. Boom, I did it. I managed to do it. Come on. I threw it in there and I'm very successful. All right. So this is, she gets, they come in and talk to her and right out of the gate, right here on page 2. Well, this is page 1. Hold on. There it is. Here's page 2. Okay, so here's page 1 where she is. She was born in Poland, graduated high school in Poland, traveled as a model, arrived in the United States, came in 2002, left Poland when she was approximately 19, 20 years old. She was met her first husband, was a model on a television show, blah, blah, blah. Came in there, earned her associate's degree, yada, yada. Okay. Put in contact with an agent named Paolo Zamboni, who worked with ID models. It was organized for her, I guess, and other people to go to New York to model. While in New York, she lived in a model's apartment because she did not have the funds to pay for her own apartment. The apartment accommodated 10 people and was on the same street as the model agency on Varick Street. Blank had an affair with an agent. That's her, or whatever, or one of the women she ends up talking about. Zamboni was trying to buy elite models with Epstein. Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Sorry, I think I actually have a sound effect for that, don't I? There's a record scratch. It's got to be, right? I'll need to not put these together so that I have one. That's not it. This will work. We'll just tighten that up in the edit. We're just going to tighten it up. So yeah, that pretty much puts that horseshit to bed. Zamboni was trying to buy elite models with Epstein. Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Epstein was visiting Zamboni at the agency when they were casting auditions for models. Epstein was looking through portfolios and saw the photograph of her wearing only swim bottoms. They went to a nightclub, blah, blah, blah. Someone called, either a girl or Epstein, and invited her to dinner. She went to Epstein's residence on 71st Street in Manhattan. Oh, by the way, just in case you think that the only person who is faced and embarrassed by this document is melanoma. Let's see. Shall we go down here to... well, let me do this. This will be easier. Hold on. I'm going to open this in preview. So, yeah, there we go. Thank you. And that way, I can search much easier in this document. So we can look through it together and for to share. Exhibit being. Okay, so we'll take up here, we'll go, what happens when I type in Dershowitz? Well, by golly, there's 3 pages about this thing. Here would be the one. Typically, blank had to travel with Epstein. When they traveled to Epstein's island, stayed with him on the island, they traveled a lot to Boston, specifically visiting Harvard. They met with Martin Novak and Alan Dershowitz. Blank traveled to New Mexico and Paris to meet with Epstein. Here's Alan Dershowitz again. Where is this? Okay, this one. The individuals who traveled with Epstein, including blank and blank, were given massages. Alan Dershowitz received a massage from blank. She had a tattoo. Blank, which I'm sure was not an old Russian lady. Unless it was, you know, she was in the gulag and it was her number. Blank and blank gave massages, understood that these massages to be more professional than massages. These massages, right, there we go. And then this is the other one. Blank saw on Twitter that Alan Dershowitz stated that he was with his wife and kids when he was at Epstein's home. Blank met Dershowitz and he was alone in the house with no wife and no kids when he received a massage. So one instance where they were like none of the young girls wanted to give somebody as gross as Dershowitz a massage. And then other times at the house, he got his freak on. That was perfectly fine, apparently. Now, let's go back. I think the only time Trump is mentioned primarily is, well, no, he's in there a few times. Sorry. Melania, yeah, is the Melania with Trump thing, because this was in 2019. So it's kind of like, it's almost like she throws it as an aside to, like, you know, they introduced each other. Like at her, she didn't realize she was saying something that was ultimately incriminating when she said it. So then the other one is, oh yeah, you know who also shows up on this one? David Copperfield, ladies and gentlemen. This friend was into photography, brought a flower resume, talked with David Copperfield once, would chat with Epstein. Epstein was this is on the island. This is when they're getting massages and sexing up on the island. And then there was this one. Stayed more in the house. David Copperfield was at the house at the time and may have met him. Blank was one of his girls who came for massages. Blank told Blank to get Blank a tutor. Epstein wanted to give Blank more. Blank may have brought a picture of her artwork. Blank said Blank brought girls. Blank purchased a lot of gifts for Blank's baby and thought she was older but was unsure how old she was. So yeah, that's yeah. Not only is it a double name drop of Melania and Trump in there, which what's the phrase I'm looking for? I gotta move my thing over. Hold on a second. I'm going way too far for this. I think you would describe this as
not good.
Right. So just thought I'd throw that one in there as one of the, you know, one of the many stories that they're avoiding right now. Amongst the rest of the awful stories, of course, is the blowback in Maggotville about the Trump Christian picture. Trump's Jesus post, ... Even his supporters are questioning it. Does that mean you? Hold on, this is good.
upset about it.
I'm going to get back up.
Everybody was upset about it because they said he's portraying himself as Jesus. To that, President Trump said nonsense. He did delete it, but he says because there was...
No, he did not. No, he didn't. No, I'm going to need photographic evidence that he was the one who actually deleted it. Somebody from the White House took it down. He didn't go, I deleted it because...
Actually a play off the Red Cross, and then he is a doctor. And so there's a lot of wonderful memes out there right now. Jesus knocking on a door and said, here's a picture of my doctor making house calls. Jesus, Trump, dressed the same way, walking into an operating room. Sir, can we help you? No, I work here. All the doctors are, of course, in blue scrubs. Jesus sitting on an airplane, raising his hand as somebody says, is there a doctor on board?
Do you think they fire the social media guy who made the meme to post it? Because, you know, Trump has advisors on this. He's not just winging these. He's not just using...
Yeah, it's probably an accident. He probably didn't mean it, you know? It happens, you know?
AI to make photos.
Yeah, I think just Trump is above blaming staffers.
Well, I don't
Why is
know.
he posting them?
Well, the original photo came...
Trump doesn't do that. I couldn't do it. I don't find as many explanations for this. I'm not trying to justify. I'm trying to just not do the thing that we all do.
Yeah, because that would require you actually living up to the standards you castigate other people for not having. Good God. Hold on.
I'm trying to just not do the thing that we all do, wherein you leap immediately to your worst gut instinct, okay? I'm just trying not to do that on any of these.
No. The worst gut instinct was, this motherfucker wants to be the Antichrist. But that's the worst instinct from that. He's like, oh, what? He's like running through a checklist from Revelations, going, what do I have to do to actually have people legit call me the Antichrist? And he's like, okay, did that. Wars and rumors of wars, did that, right? That's the worst. Looking at the picture and going, this motherfucker posted a picture of him as Jesus. That's not jumping to conclusions. That's... Well, congratulations, your eyes work. Here's your driver's license. Good God. Keep sucking, boys.
Immediately to your worst gut instinct, okay? I'm just trying not to do that on any of these issues. But this one is...
But it's hard. It's very hard.
Not very... It's hard to see...
It's hard. It's very hard to do it.
Justifications, angles, explanations, where someone was going, here's a good idea. It's just hard on this one.
We have his explanation.
Riley Gaines said something on X, friend of the program, host of the Riley Gaines show, and Trump kind of went after Riley Gaines. He's
kinda. He goes after anybody who... I was about to say anybody who criticizes him, but she's a woman, so that supersedes any problem. Sorry. Is the volume low? Is what happened? Did it again? Okay, sorry. Let me fix that. Beg your pardon. Is it down? It is a little bit.
Somebody asked him, did Riley Gaines's post inspire you to delete this? And he said, I'm not a big fan of Riley. Did you say you actually have that, Dan?
Well, no, we have his
You actually have
explanation
him
of
saying
saying that he meant he was a doctor, not the Riley Gaines part.
This clip is pretty
Okay, let's listen to President Trump.
This is going to be good.
Well, it
Yeah, it's going to be great.
wasn't depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor.
Okay, boys. I hope you got your kneeling pants on. Hold on. Is it? Let me see if the audio's low on that one. That's weird. Huh. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, that's as loud. Maybe I'll do this. Hold on. Where is it? Audio track, English. It doesn't offer voice boost. Son of a bitch, and a hamstring. All right.
They come up with that. It's supposed to be me as a doctor.
All right, so only fake news. How did they come up with that?
No.
He came up with it.
I mean,
No.
What?
Hold on. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm going to bring my mic down a little bit. Check, 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 check. Then I'm going to bring the overall volume up on there. See if that does it better. I just want you to enjoy them deflating after this clip, because there is no fucking way anybody can listen to what he says and go, this person respects me enough to tell me the truth. Because the criticism from the Democratic side, like, he just writes that off. The only reason he's responding about this shit at all is because the right is pissed about this. He doesn't give a fuck what you and I think. Watch them just, like, you can, I mean, Will Cain looks like he's got a fucking broomstick up his ass just knowing this clip is coming. I'm going to back this up.
Dan?
Well, no, we have his
You actually have
explanation
him
of
saying
saying that he meant he was a doctor, not the Riley Gaines part.
This clip is
Okay, let's listen to President Trump.
This is going to be good.
Well, it wasn't depiction. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor.
Okay, now I want look at this dude right here. This is like the engineer guys that run the show that are also part of the show, because all these fucking right-wing maggot shows are just morning zoo shows masquerading as political punditry. But just, that's fucking, look at this dude. I'm fucking embarrassed. Let me break this down over here if I could. I'm going to back it up.
Supposed to be me as a doctor.
Oh, this guy.
All right, so only fake news. How did they come up with that?
No.
He came up with it.
I mean,
No. Yeah, look, I'll go there. I like him, but come on, man. Like, it's so clear that he's Jesus with angels behind him in that. Come on. I do like, though, that
and it's on the heels of going after the Pope. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
This happened within hours of him basically saying, Pope Leo, he's weak on.
Sorry, I whiffed on that one, guys. I apologize. Let me back it up just a touch and give it the appropriate experience that it deserves. Okay, there we go. I'm going to start playing this. What are you saying, guys?
And it's on the heels of going after the Pope. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
This happened within hours of him basically saying, Pope Leo, he's weak on crime.
By the way,
That is the funniest
Somebody
thing.
say that line in and of itself is hilarious.
It's the funniest
like,
thing I've
Pope
ever
Leo, weak on crime.
Funniest thing I've ever heard. Before he posts this, don't you just think he's just like, well, whatever. We'll deal with the aftermath after. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to throw this out there and just get it up there. He doesn't think of the consequences, do you
No,
think?
because there's no upside. I don't think there was any win on this.
No.
I don't think anybody.
You don't think there was any win? Come on. You guys thought this was the funniest thing ever when he said the Pope was weak on crime. I mean, come on.
Did anything.
But he's smarter than that.
And I'm going to tell you guys something. Are you?
Whoa, hold on. All right, well, stop.
I know.
Stop.
Me neither.
Stop. 1 second.
What?
What? No. What did that asshole just say?
Doesn't think of the consequences, do you
No,
think?
because there's no upside. I don't think there was any win on this.
No.
I don't think anybody. I don't think it did anything.
But he's smarter than that.
And I'm going to.
No, he absolutely fucking is not. That was what I was waiting for. He's smarter than that. He's smarter than that. He should know better.
Think anybody.
He's a businessman. He wrote him the art of the deal.
I don't think it did anything.
But he's smarter than that.
And I'm going to tell you guys something. Are you Catholic, Tim?
I know.
God.
Dum, dum,
He's smarter than that.
Dum, dum, stupid. Dumb,
Come on.
Silly, stupid, dumb, dumb.
All right. Okay.
Me neither. So
What?
I got a text. One of my best buddies. I'm just going to say this. One of my best
Yeah, just say it, man.
buddies texted me last night, and he goes, he's Catholic. He goes, Trump lost me. That's what he
On
said to me.
that?
Yeah.
but he's smarter than that.
And then he goes, me and 70 million
Brunch
Catholics.
crew are
And I'm
out.
like, really? You're the only... The brunch crew was never in. I'm not interested in the brunch crew. Brooklyn brunch crew's out on Trump. Wow, shocker. Because of the Pope. No, this guy loved Trump. Loved him. I haven't talked to him on the phone yet.
Well, I wonder if he's even going to pick up. We don't know.
Loved Trump.
He did. He used to.
Loved. But he's
Past tense. I get it.
Catholic. And now he's like, I'm out.
It would be okay if the White House once in a while, again, I'm going to go back to this, throw somebody under the bus that isn't Trump. Say, hey, my idiot.
You're right. That is such a better way. Take the high road. Fire somebody for something Trump did just to cover his ass. How are you that pathetic? And again, heroes of the working class, blame a staffer and move on. Let them get death threats from maggots for trying to destroy Trump from the inside.
Did this, we got rid of him. And to the White House, and I'm not big enough for him to like comment on me, like, throw somebody under the bus that isn't Trump. Say, hey, my idiot social media intern did this, we got rid of him. And to the White House, and
no. Trump said he did it in that last clip you just watched.
I'm not big enough for him to like comment on me like Riley Gaines. Like not everything has to be a meme. Not everything has to be a meme. We don't have to come up with a meme every day. We don't have to have memes about bombing people. We don't have to have memes.
That wasn't a meme, you dumb motherfucker. That's not a meme. That's a self-aggrandizing jerk post. A meme is a quirky use of a well-known image to carry a message that is ironic or humorous. Every fucking post you put online isn't a goddamn meme. This guy's he's checking all the boxes. Fire some poor intern who didn't do it after you said you did it and blame them. Throw them under the bus, broke fucker. And then, my only note is don't do shit you think's funny that might not be funny to people that you didn't mean to be funny in the first fucking place. Jesus.
Has to be. I mean, we don't have to come up with a meme every day. We don't have to have memes about bombing people. We don't have to have memes about, Trump healing people or whatever. How about we take a break? Just take a breather. Work on some policy. Go yell at John Thune. Go do something other than make a meme. Not everything has to be a joke. Not everything has to be funny. Again, this is me, the comedian. Not everything has to be a joke.
Also, a citation needed about the comedian part. And again, perhaps you're projecting that your lame attempts at humor, you are projecting onto his work as lame attempts at humor. Good God.
Everything has to be a joke. Not everything has to be funny. Again, this is me, the comedian. Not everything has to be a joke. Let's just take a break, think things through, get rid of a couple of people from that social media team, and pull it together for the midterms.
See, and I'm gonna go tinfoil on this. I sit here and I say to myself, Will, okay, have you lost your sense of decency?
Yes, you have. Also, Trump just said he posted it, and he didn't have a problem with it.
So This stuff is such stylistic fluff to me that has nothing to do with the substance that I am very dismissive of all of it. It does not affect me, meaning we've been doing this for well over a decade with President Trump. I do not freak out about things that he says. I do not freak out about jokes that he makes. I do not. It's all.
Because you can't. Because once you pull that thread, the whole fucking thing unravels. You can't touch any of it without it getting all over you. It's so lame. How's this? And I think the tinfoil hat thing is that somebody's doing this inside to just trying to break them down. Why is the audio weird?
It's all the catnip. This is the catnip. And the catnip is not good enough for me on when people, I encounter it all the time. I was on this guy's trip this weekend and.
And How'd it go? No shame. How was it?
playing golf. And a lot of the guys are like, I really, really, really like Trump. I love Trump. I just wish, on the person. I'm like, when do you stop wishing? Stop wishing.
Yeah.
Stop wishing that he said things you didn't like. Stop wishing that you wish his personality was a little different. You didn't wish that Michael Jordan didn't gamble. This is all one and the same.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You were like, finally, he can play baseball. All right, I'm swapping out my headphones because these are being weird. Beg your pardon. Personal moment, if I may. I think those are the ones I washed. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. What am I talking about? You know. Nope. Okay, I gotta wait for them to catch up. Hold on. All right. I'm hearing it. Okay, good. So that's helpful. I turn the audio up. Much better. Hopefully, this will work. All right, here we go.
It's built
Nope.
together. You can't
It's just being funky.
separate it out. And so if you like the substance, quit fretting over the style. It's built in. It's part of the deal. And so I'm pretty
But doesn't it annoy you?
anesthetized to all of this.
Like it distracts
No,
from the
why?
message.
It's
Because
a-
it distracts from the message. Wouldn't you want it to not?
It does annoy me.
You know, like
Well, it distracts from the message to who? The people.
The American people, like, I don't know, Catholics. I'm just spitballing. Fuck me. All right. Anyways, you guys get the point on this. I'm gonna do one thing. Just one. Oh, do I dare? That's what's happening. This is gonna get ugly. There's an update to my audio software. Everybody just hold on. Just hang on. It's gonna be okay. Now wait 1 second. I got this. Yeah. Let me throw this in there. I'm gonna see if it works. Oh boy. I'm working on it. Hit the like, share the show while I fix stuff in the background. All right. The doobie bow. Binkily doogly bump. I can't do that. I don't know. Quit then. I don't care. I don't care. I've got to fix it some other way. I'm going to fix it some other way. Hold on. Hold on. We're going to try this. Wish me luck. Hit the like, share the show. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Thank you for liking the stream. Appreciate it. Where is the wave plugin? There we go. Let's go in here. Open this guy. Wave. Elgato. There we go. Open the Elgato wavelength. This is probably going to blow my ears out, but it was nice knowing you. Turn this off. There we go. Where is this? Here we go. Where are you, silly, silly thing? Boink, boink, doobie. Okay, yeah, it's just, I'm just kind of screwed. I don't know what was causing that. There's a weird glitchy audio thing that pierces my ears when I try to play a clip, and I have to like stop it and start it again to try and keep it from blowing my brains out. It's fun. But I will continue on because I'm a professional and I'll rise above it. Okay. Let's go back to this group of dipshits. I doubt it has helped at all.
People that already hated him most of the time. I will say I'm concerned about the Catholic thing because I do think.
Yeah, okay, never mind. I don't even need to go back. I was exactly right about that. Okay, let's jump ahead. Let's see. By the way, to make up for how badly Trump shit on his little DoorDash thing, the White House has put out a little video. Yeah.
You deliver in the rain,
Perfect, thank you.
snow,
Thank you.
sleet,
Thank you.
heat.
Enjoy. Oh, thank you so
You
much.
keep America moving, one doorstep at a time.
Sorry.
Every delivery, a promise
What were the names of those stores? Hold on, this is low. Beg your pardon. Put this up here.
to a customer.
Perfect, thank you
But
so
for too
much.
long, your government has
Your government. Hold on. Back up. 360 Delivery is the name of the place, and they've got a pizza with the home sweet home, fresh bites. There's Domino's, and then in the car
you
though.
deliver in the rain,
Perfect, thank you.
snow,
Thank you.
sleet, thank you, heat.
Enjoy. Oh, thank you so
You
much.
keep America moving.
Okay, Pizza Joe's Hot and Fresh Chew Chomp is the name of the. That's what I was looking for. Right there, and then Taco Shack. Obviously, if we had a taco truck on every corner, like we could have.
One doorstep at a time. Every delivery, a promise to a customer.
Thank you
But
so
for too
much.
long, your government hasn't
It's just fucking product placement.
delivered for you. This tax season, that's changed. Thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts, you'll keep more of your hard-earned money. No tax on tips. He
No tax on tips. We keep you 100% authorized signature. So he didn't tip. That's just like his tip is like, I don't have to tip you fuckers anymore. I gave you a tip.
promised, and he delivered.
Ew.
You go the extra
Ew, she's like 9.
mile for your customers. Now your tax return
It's like watching him try to fuck the rabbit from Zootopia.
goes the extra mile for you.
God. Ugh. So gross. They managed to make it gross. It's pretty impressive. Okay. Let's jump over to someone else who's enjoying Donald Trump's ride through Catholic hating. It's Dim Pool, everybody. The human crayon. Trump shoots down ID deleted Jesus post because of Riley Gaines. I'm not a big fan of Riley. Actually, this is the thing. This is a video entitled "Trump is attacking his own supporters."
Donald Trump has deleted the image that he had posted of himself as Jesus, saying he thought it was him as a doctor working for the Red Cross, which nobody believes.
Right. Not working for the Red Cross. He said there was the nurse that was there was, but I mean, you don't have to inflate this lie anymore. It's ridiculous enough on its own.
And he's taking.
And also, why are you citing Mediaite? How fucking dare you?
A step further, I would say that Donald Trump has decided, and I think he's decided to just burn every bridge and just cast out all of his most ardent supporters.
Huh. What does it feel like to still have to suck his balls? Even after all that, but he's going to just burn every bridge, tell everybody to go the fuck home. They're a bunch of losers. He doesn't want their help. And still, you got to get up every day and line up behind him to let him spray fart all over you and tell you it's cloudy.
Because he can't handle the criticism. Now, I don't know what the bigger picture is here. Maybe it's just an old man with an ego. But Donald Trump, I think this one for me kind of crosses the line.
Oh, kinda? Wow. Go easy, dude. Sorry, my mic is way hot now. Sorry, this kinda crosses the line? Ooh, hot words from Tim Pool.
Old man with an ego. But Donald Trump, I think this one for me kind of crosses the line.
It's interesting. Let me tell you something. What Eric Swalwell did crosses the line for me. Everybody gets their day in court. If it turns out that he didn't do it, and we all can say we're sorry for assuming stuff, but I'm good. There's a line. He could stay on the other side of it. Period. Donald Trump crossed that line decades ago when he was Jeffrey Epstein's wingman and was in the process of racking up 27 sexual assault accusations. So don't give me any your kinda crosses the line bullshit.
Trump shoots down idea that he deleted Jesus post because of Riley Gaines. I'm not a big fan of Riley, actually. And that just, look.
You know what? Riley's hot. So this was like my one chance to take a swing,
Alex Jones had called for Trump to be removed from office.
Yeah, he did that right before he was the assassination attempt. Oh my God, Treva, thank you so much. No, never did. Bless you. 60 months. Thank you for being here.
Trump got pissed. Candace Owens, she's called him the Mad King and said things like that. So Trump got
Yeah, but those are too poetic. He doesn't understand those at all.
Pissed. Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson, and, they have been critical of Trump, not as, let's just call it acute as the others.
What? They've been more direct, which would be what acute is, narrowing their focus and not broadly calling him a mad king, but going, this is bad, this is bad, this is bad. As a matter of fact, they are avoiding the big picture like the fucking plague. More acute. Shut the fuck up.
Though they've been pretty aggressive, and Trump finally just said, you know what, enough with these people. And it's bad.
For the third time, because he said it last year after the fucking memo.
It's a major support base Trump is losing. And
No. He's not losing them. He's telling them to fuck off. This isn't accidental. They're not a set of keys, you dumb motherfucker. As an angel said to the Virgin Mary, come again.
It's bad news for these midterms and what that means for who's going to take power and what they're going to do next.
Yeah, we might actually get healthcare instead of a 2-week promise, and we might actually get price stability, and we might actually get a move towards renewables so that we're not on the hook for the fucking Strait of Hormuz traffic ever again. Weird.
But I'm going to say this. Riley Gaines has been steadfast in her support of Donald Trump.
Well, might be stead slow now.
As a Christian woman took issue with Donald Trump posting an image of himself as Jesus, for which Trump says, I'm not a big fan of Riley, actually. Just like that. Well,
by the way, I've thought it over, and I do not think that this is a picture of Donald Trump as Jesus. I think this is a picture of Donald Trump as the person who murdered Jeffrey Epstein in his cell, wearing the sheets from the cell as like a trophy.
Donald Trump right now is sinking among non-college white voters.
Oh, you mean the people he would never fucking hang out with, who don't like elites, but lined up to like have the sun shine out of his ass all over them? Those people?
He is seemingly casting out all of his supporters. Not literally every single one, but...
Well, not literally, obviously.
Guys, when you go into the political space, what you are seeing is that the coalition is fragmented.
Oh, he means X. When he says the political space, he means shitter.
And the MAGA base, the core Trump supporters, I don't think they can admit it. Libertarians joined with Trump. The Mises Caucus libertarians voted for Donald.
Libertarians. That's adorable. You do realize libertarians aren't an actual political entity. That they don't actually... It's like winning the sovereign citizen vote.
Trump, Dave Smith, Clint Russell. Great examples.
Terrible people.
Now, Clint Russell is tweeting he thinks he might be the Antichrist. I don't know about all that, but I mean... freaky times, to say the least.
Yeah, it's not exactly what I expected, I gotta tell you.
But you've certainly lost the libertarian base. And
yeah, that rock-solid pro-government voting bloc.
People respond, many of the Trump supporters, okay.
Who made Doug Stanhope, their presidential candidate a few years ago, and voted for him en masse.
Fine, well, so what? It's 3%. It's the libertarians. Yes, but moderates are breaking as well.
Oh my God, not the moderates.
The Joe Rogans, Theo Vaughn, Tim Dillon.
Sorry, the idea that Joe Rogan is a moderate, please.
Et cetera. These are middle of the road.
Riley Gaines is I believe, a swimmer who had to compete against a trans athlete and lost, and was outspoken about the fact that she didn't want the trans athlete's dangly bits in her locker room, and was questioning, some would say reasonably, the authenticity of that person's claims at being trans, which again, this is not a burden trans people should have to carry.
Comedian types. These are not overt political individuals. They don't hang out with members of Congress like we might.
Gee, is it fun? Where do you hang out with members of Congress besides your studio? It sounds like you mean outside of work.
And they are breaking from Trump. Now, Nick Fuentes, of all people, has been fairly anti-Trump the whole time. But he put out a tweet that...
No, he delivered the groypers even if he didn't vote for him the last time.
A lot of people, even if you don't like the guy, you don't have to like the guy.
I don't like the guy.
They're saying he's probably right.
Well, yeah, I mean, personality has nothing to do with whether someone can read letters on a chart or, I don't know, understand the difference between the metric system and inches and feet. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a personality issue. If he looks at him and goes, this guy's Trump is insane. His brain is collapsing and he's kind of evil. Like, that's not a personality thing that we share. That's just like, oh, okay, we're both seeing this.
Trump he's booting out massive portions of the MAGA coalition. Stop. I'm going to explain. MAGA coalition does.
By the way, you're doing Trump hands while you're trying to speak to them. Is that what's necessary? Is that his trick? Is that if you just talk like this, maggots have to, you're playing an accordion on a game show and trying to buzz in? It's a form of like mythical hand signs, like when Shokasugi's ninja hands?
Not mean MAGA base. When Joe Kent resigned saying no war in Iran, that is coalition, not base.
That's rough. Yeah. And then you got to pick absolute loyal psychopaths or people who are only with you when you do what you said you would do. Gee, I wonder which one Trump will pick.
People who were either former liberals, moderate conservatives, libertarians, joined with Trump, like RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard, because
they wanted to make money. And this would be the most corrupt administration in history. The guardrails are gone. The reins are off.
Left was absolutely insane. But if Donald Trump can't handle what is going on effectively, if he cannot communicate properly, and more...
You can't handle what's going on communicatively and effectively.
Importantly, if at the slightest... criticism, he casts out his supporters, homeboy's cooked.
Out of the promised land. And then what are they going to do? MAGA's going to wander around a strip mall for 40 years. They're gonna go down to a Longhorn Steakhouse and spray paint the big bull on there gold and worship it. So sad. And yet a tale as old as time. I mean the spice, not the unit of chronological measurement. Sorry, hungry, I guess.
Look, he's got a couple years left. He's not running for re-election, but his support base is eroding, and the polls are showing it poll after poll after poll. But
yeah, but it doesn't seem like it's eroding. Again, it seems like he's saying, pack your shit.
Ignore the polls, because I know the MAGA base, they're going to say, guys, no, listen, the polls are always lying. Trump is having smoke blown up his ass, okay? Hear me out.
Yeah, I know. You should know. You've been one of the master blowers.
When they put out that poll saying, of MAGA Republicans, do you support the president? 100% said yes. Trump hears that. He believes it. He thinks that the voter base that got him in is unified, ignoring the fact that best example is going to be Dave Smith, who is completely opposed to everything Trump is doing at this point.
Oh, my God.
You've lost that faction of the coalition.
That's terrible.
Trump thinks that MAGA base of 100% represents the people who voted for him. It does not. That 100% represents. You go to someone and say, do you consider yourself a MAGA Republican? And what is Dave Smith going to say? He's going to say no.
Oh.
Then you remove him from the questionnaire and move on. Then you go to a guy with a Trump hat on and say, do you consider yourself a MAGA Republican? He says, yes. Do you support the president? Yes, I do.
He does.
Well, guess what?
That. So true.
100% of people who are willing to call themselves MAGA Republicans
are
going to support Donald Trump.
Right.
That is the important thing.
I've
often said I don't consider myself like diehard MAGA or anything like that.
No,
America first.
Because you don't. You are the greatest fence sitter in the world. A man who is so comfortable with the one peg of a white picket fence up his tuchus that it's almost stoic. It's impressive. It's like I'm sure there were like Shaolin monks who tried to do this and failed.
America should be the priority for the American people. Our taxes should fund the American tradition.
The American tradition. The tradition of what? We should I get it. I understand. Okay, I figured it out. You want the government to pay for baseball and apple pie. You want to turn a bald eagle and mom. You want moms to be paid for by the government, along with baseball and apple pie and fireworks and stunts you'd see on Jackass, things that are truly American. You want the government to pay for those things? You fucking commie.
Futures of our children, our border should be secure.
Does this guy have any children?
I agree with Trump on so much.
So much. It's so true. What do you agree with him on? What is it?
Of his agenda. But
his agenda, right. The shit he's not doing.
This war in Iran has been bad.
Oh, wow. Finally, he's coming down hard.
And I've said it from the get-go, would not advise for it.
All right, well, there goes your cabinet position.
Not vote for it. I think it's detrimental. It's going to be bad. If Trump can pull off a victory, people will look back at him and they will say he's the greatest president. Now, look.
No. First of all, there is no fucking way that the American military, if used to its full capacity, couldn't wipe out the Iranian military and everything about their government. The question isn't about could, it's about should.
You know, I put out a video yesterday. Trump's secret plan.
You did? Was it exciting? Sorry, we missed it. It must have been magic.
Is working.
Sorry, your video yesterday was called what? Hold on.
Now look, you know, I put out a video yesterday. Trump's secret plan is working.
Wow, you must feel like a right asshole right now.
And if you watch it, you get the context.
You were being ironic, I hope?
Donald Trump's ceasefire has failed.
Which was the point.
The U.S. ceasefire negotiations have failed. And for this, I lament. Because I put out, it's over, the war is done.
Oh, right. Sorry. You don't lament because war might start up again and a bunch of innocent people might get killed and our soldiers might get pulled into a situation where they're getting shot at or murdered and anything like that. That doesn't bother you. It's that you made a video where you'll have to eat crow. I see. All right. Well, there's standards and there's this.
Now, why would I do that?
Because, well, I don't know. You know what? I'll let you tell me.
I want it to be.
I see. All these videos, they're aspirational. I talk about things as they should be, not as they are. Not like the fake news. Fuck me. Oh.
Because I want the message to be, let's focus on peace. Let's not have this constant, you know,
let's not get caught up in ooh killed ooh.
when you wake up in the morning and you tell yourself you're going to have a bad day, you're going to have a bad day.
Well, I should hope so. I mean, keep my word to myself. So I sort of never tell myself I'm going to have a bad day.
And so for me, with the Iran ceasefire, I try to be optimistic. People tell me,
yeah, that's what it is. It was just optimism. It's just too much optimism. You're just too hopeful. That's the problem.
I'm blackpilling all the time. Well, there's no winning, right? Because if I'm
being too hopeful and blackpilling at the same time. I think everything is going to go to shit and be awesome, and people think that I can't choose.
saying, yes, we're going to have a ceasefire, the war's over, then I'm coping. If I say this will never hold and the war is going to get worse, I'm blackpilling.
Yeah, it sounds like your audience are just assholes. I don't know. If I was you, I would, in an advisory capacity, I would go. I'd find someone with a time machine, and I would go back in time and not cultivate an audience full of dickheads. I clearly know how to create a great audience, don't I? Chat room, you sweet bastards. Look at you. You're so. I appreciate you, and do you understand how grateful I am that you're here and that you're you and that you say what you do and you live the way you do and you believe what you believe consistently. It's just I'll never get tired of it. I will never get tired of it. It is so reassuring. It really is. Because I can't imagine if I had to come to fucking work and have this dickhead's crowd. Whew. Yes, you are the best. You are. It's true. And I'm grateful for you as well. Thank you so much. And I'm very proud of the Swalwell joke I made earlier. Although it is not a laughing matter, it laughing matters. Look what I just did. That's even if something isn't a laughing matter, laughing matters. That's that's going on a fucking t-shirt. That's a Sparksism right out of the gate. Thank you. If I've done nothing else today, that counts. All right. Back to him being happy. Ooh, it's not a happy face.
See, this is the challenge.
It is. It's a challenge. Like a lot of things are a challenge for you, Tim, like reading.
We need stability.
Right. That's what it is. Strength, stability through strength. That's what
And Donald Trump is sinking in his support base. He is
which is, the new stable.
And we've known this. And now we'll read the story.
Just, say it.
Got a bunch of other.
Yeah, I don't want you to read the story. I can read it myself. It's been on the screen the entire time. It's from Mediaite, which you would take, in regular rotation shit on for even existing.
Things in line with this, but I got to be honest.
Why start now?
Trump going after Tucker, Candace, Jones.
Thank you so much. The super chat.
That Jones, I think, was the most egregious. Alex Jones has had Trump's back the whole time.
And we do mean whole time.
But to be fair, Jones did go on his show and say it's time to remove Donald Trump with the 25th Amendment. Okay, I can imagine why Trump would be mad about that. But Trump...
Well, I mean, yeah, he's mentally ill and suffering from dementia, and statements like that can upset someone with bad impulse control and a decaying prefrontal cortex.
Going after Riley Gaines actually offends me, and Riley has still come out supporting him after this. I wouldn't be willing to do that.
Yeah, you would. You do it all the fucking time.
Consider myself a reasonable person. I think Trump has done some very, very great things.
Oh, God. Then you can't possibly be reasonable. He's done some very, very great things. Yes, like the tax cuts for billionaires. Super great. All right. Now, how much time? Okay, I've got enough time. We haven't seen this next guy in a bit, and I consider myself lucky about this. However, yes, Sparksism number 206 is good. This is a combo that I like is straight from hell. Urgent warning. Tucker just dropped a bombshell. Oh, he did. He fucking, he said something so shocking, I'm doing butthole mouth.
But this...
Yeah, but this is right.
Who do you think you are? I've been trying to say this for years. It's him.
MAGA desertion. MAGA's primary supporters and Trump's cheerleaders are one by one falling away. Were the left right?
Wow, you're using Braveheart as your analogy here? Where the landowners left the guys to fight and die?
In the first place, that Trump's going to bring us all to Armageddon, a crazy lunatic and a narcissist.
You pretend you have the moral high ground, but you put that man's finger on the meat in your butt.
Nick Fuentes ain't holding back, I tell you that.
Oh, he ain't holding back? No. He been something about it. I'm so fucking blue collar, right? I'm not posh at all.
Bad enough that we are in a war in Iran, that we're doing it for Israel. Americans are dying, and Trump is totally flippant about that. You threaten to bomb Iran, which is bad enough by itself, but then it's the profanity. Open up the f***ing strait, you crazy bastards. Tomorrow we're bombing all your infrastructure. And then mocking God, and then praise be to Allah, and then mocking God in the middle of it as well. And this
on Easter, you forgot. I don't want to help, but on Easter, you forgot on Easter, and on I guess Orthodox Easter, the next weekend was when he put this Jesus picture out, which a lot of people think was about the Pope, but really about the fact that he's enjoying the "he is risen" shit about himself. Maybe he posted that right after they brought him back from Walter Reed, and it was sort of an inside joke with the rest of the staff. He is risen. He's not dead. You'll be stone dead in a moment. I feel happy. I feel happy. Okay, see you Thursday.
is when you realize Trump is evil. He's
no. You realized that years ago, like the rest of us did. Now you realize it and you go, it's not enough to realize that he's evil right now. What you also have to realize is that the people that were telling you he was fucking evil were on to something. And perhaps you owe them an apology, and you might want to pay attention when we warn you about somebody next time. How about that? Just that one little thing. How about that? Okay.
not surrounded by bad advisors or bad personnel. I've been trying to say this for years. It's him.
Wow, that's pretty significant, I'd say.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Nick Fuentes has a broad constituency. Young people of that tribe adore him. He's an eloquent...
He got a young constituency. That's how he looks at it. You mean the groypers? You mean the incels?
Communicator, and he's been ardent in his support of Trump. He went Jan 6, he wore the hat, as he says. To see him turn is an indication
of how bad things have gotten in the world. You know, how big the deep state's got everyone. Is he going to criticize Trump?
That the broad base of popular support is waning, but...
Oh, I see. Just a generic waning of support. It's good. I call it the great waning of 2026, you know.
And a significant contributor like Fuentes is nothing compared to Tucker Carlson, who probably epitomizes more than anyone what you might call contemporary, traditional American values.
Who do you...
What? Sorry, most of us Americans, fuck off, Brit, don't really like getting, you know, randied in a fucking truck stop. You fucking moron, you know. We don't fucking tell our wives we were attacked by a fucking demon when we got fucking butthole scratches all over us because we were nutting about with strangers in a truck stop bathroom. You understand? We try to do our job. We bake the white bread. We bake the brown bread.
Think you
it's fucking awful, mate.
Are. You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran.
One thing I'd say is Tucker has made the choice to address Trump directly.
Right. A choice you wouldn't fucking make, you fucking coward.
That's always an editorial choice.
Who's sitting off camera giving you... Do you have an emotional support producer now?
Who do you think you are?
When you make the choice to address the person you are critiquing directly, that's obviously combative and directly oppositional.
Combative? You mean combative? I'm sorry, how dare I? They invented the fucking language and do the fuck they want with it. Why don't you get the fuck off under your high horse?
No decent person mocks other people's religions. You may have
Except him, obviously, multiple times.
a problem with the theology. Presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself. And
Well, yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. You notice he doesn't say church, he says religion. You notice he doesn't say Jesus, he says God. He's using, it's like fucking Mad Libs, dummy.
should never mock that, because at its core is the acknowledgement that we are not in charge of the universe. We did not build it. We won't
Yeah, but Trump's not going to acknowledge that. He thinks he's in charge of the universe, stupid.
be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith at the biggest picture level is the message in our Bible.
Tucker Carlson's Christianity has come to the forefront, as it always must with true Christians, of his...
Yes, they must wear it around like a fucking badge. You fucking moron. You know what? I'm going to start charging you by the clip, mate.
identity. And I feel that that may come to be a pivotal moment in how Trump's presidency is regarded. What I think is
This is like this is basically, you know how he started out being like hippie Alex Jones? Now he's hippie Tim Pool. Like, how can I say everything without saying anything? It's really a talent.
challenging is that people that hated Trump, and Lord alone knows there was enough of them.
Yeah, but maybe we were fucking right, you cunt.
The run up to his most recent election will be saying, see, we told you.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're fucking saying. And why would that be wrong?
And it's that aspect of
edit
recent election will be saying, see, we told you. And it's that.
That's a weird cut. What'd you say? And that's understandable, and you had to cut that out?
Aspect of this that fascinates me the most, because Trump still remains the person he has always been.
Yeah. A rapey, self-inflating bullshit artist. A fucking carny with a trust fund.
This extraordinary raconteur, buccaneer, egotistical, and
buccaneer, shut the
potent individual. It's surprising for me. It's surprising for me because the version of a belligerent and despotic Trump is always going to be more egregious than a belligerent and despotic Kamala Harris, because her
because that wasn't actually going to fucking happen, ever.
Attributes did not lean.
Thank you for the 666.
That way. I don't think presidential power is the real power. And
Jesus Christ, what a fucking what? Fucking say something, you absolute gaping anus. How do I say, how do I float in the pond of criticizing Trump? Because that's obviously the way that the tide is going, without ever catching hell for doing it or speaking so cryptically that even beyond Trump, even I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
That's what's surprising and shocking me. I admire Tucker Carlson's authenticity, integrity, and willingness to publicly be so confrontational. I really do admire him. I think it's absolutely...
Well, then maybe take a page and do that yourself if you allegedly, in your fucking reborn fucking baptism themed merch. That's what that is. He's wearing a reborn baptism shirt.
Laudable. But does it come from a place of genuine surprise? Because the only thing that surprises...
Sorry, he's being authentic, but not genuine. And also, he should have known that Trump was a fucking monster.
Me is that someone so vivid, lurid, whether you like him or not, as Trump is, it seems to me, carrying out a course of military action that would have happened regardless of who...
Bullshit. Yeah, this is the... Okay, all that wind up for the lamest fallback that exists, which is, the fucking Illuminati controls everything. The Juminati is up there, and they were made of whoever... Kamala Harris would have been forced to bomb Iran right? That's the fallback. So why would you be shocked and have to attack him for doing the thing they're making him do? What? How? By blackmailing him? What are they blackmailing him with? What's more important to protect yourself from than not dragging the country into a war? What's so important about protecting your own legend or bullshit or brand? What is so important in that somebody can go, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to show this to the world. If you don't kill those people, even though you can't imagine doing it, you're totally against it. You don't want to do it, but you must kill those people to protect your secret. What secret do you have that is so important that you must keep it by killing people? This is how we know Rusty Trombone is fucking evil.
President, and that's more terrifying than Trump's vulgarity, whilst it's very difficult to disagree with Tucker Carlson's condemnation from the position of a Christian or a person that respects and loves.
How would you know? Fuck you talking about? So like, I can understand his criticisms as a Christian because he is one, and I'm pretending to be one. So if I gotta act like one, and if he does that, then I've got to say it's okay, because I don't know what's okay and what's not okay.
Human life, and I'm very grateful that he's taken that stance and that position.
Then take it too. Take it too.
The position I can take as an Englishman is a position that I can
Look at the fucking edits on this. The only position you can take as an Englishman? Sorry, then take back everything you said about Kamala Harris, because fuck you.
And that position, it's not a position I can take as an Englishman. It's a position that I can recognize as a Christian. But what I primarily see there is, wow, even Trump is just another person that's passing through a very potent system. Who is it?
Get the fuck out of here. So the system made him post a picture of himself as Jesus Christ. The system made him attack Iran. The system made him say, quiet, piggy. Maybe God is hardening his heart like he did with Pharaoh to keep the Jews in bondage. Fuck you.
Control of that system. What a terrifying thing to
Well, then what difference does it make if it was him or Harris? So why would she be a bad person? If she's going to get in there and they were going to do all this stuff and there is no change, then how can you criticize any politician? It's like looking at a tsunami and criticizing the crabs on the beach. What are you talking about? These are people doing real things that have actual impact on real human beings in the world that other people would not do, or would do better, or would do worse. The system. Fuck you.
Contemplate, if you're a Christian, you'll have some idea what the source of this negative power likely is. But that's just what
I think it's the devil. I'm not going to say the devil, because if you say his name, he comes like a fucking dog.
I think. Let me know what you...
Jesus Christ, that's what you think. You didn't think anything. There was no thinking in this clip at all. Holy shit. First of all, it's like, that clip was like 60% other people's content that he was piggybacking on. The commentary against it was like, I'm glad he could say it, but I wouldn't say it. But that guy's saying it, and this is who he is. Like, fucking, I can hear that. You know who has said the same shit about Nick Fuentes? CNN. CNN describes him the same fucking way. So what the fuck is this? Like, independent media, make sure you do it because the mainstream can't blah, 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 blah. And you're saying the same shit. Oh, God. I'm starting to think that even if this asshole didn't have 8 rape charges against him in 2 separate countries, I don't think I'd like him anyways. Yeah, I know. I'm sound a little Tim Pool on this one. By the way, real quick, 2 of Swalwell's victims, accusers, I will use accusers, I guess that's the legal way of doing it, have come out and said what happened. So let's give them a listen, shall we?
California Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell is now one of two lawmakers who announced yesterday they are planning to resign from Congress. Swalwell is facing sexual assault and other misconduct allegations from several women. He has denied the allegations, but along with resigning from Congress, he has suspended his run for governor in California.
Yeah, I don't think if you're quitting your day job, you're probably not gonna go for that big job interview, the big high profile one.
CBS News Chief White House correspondent Nancy Cordes spoke with two of those women, as well as a third woman who helped bring the story to the public's attention on social media in their first TV interview.
I didn't tell anybody for years, out of fear.
What were you afraid of?
Well, at first I thought I was all alone.
Annika Albrecht was still in college when she says she got what she thought was a big break. California Congressman Eric Swalwell offering to stay in touch after meeting with her student group in Washington, D.C.
He offered to mentor me.
Wow.
That was as someone who knew virtually nothing about politics at the time, or no one. That was just an incredibly generous offer that
Okay, real quick. While it is very important that in a largely male field or a largely male occupation, if someone is to get into that field, oftentimes the idea of having a mentor or someone who sees them through it or teaches them or helps them come up through it is a good thing. And it would limit women's opportunities in theory. In the past, I would argue. I think this ship is by and large sailed. That's in general fucking wonky. I have had over the years, when I've given like acting classes or had little like given like speeches to like student groups or whatever, there've been students, male and female, that have afterwards going, any advice you'd have and all that kind of stuff, and I'm like, I have my website email that they can use to reach me. I'm not like, hey, my Instagram is this, DM me. Like, that just doesn't happen. It's not how I operate. And it would feel, I know I'm not going to do something awful, and it would feel creepy to me to say, I would love to mentor you. Like that, honest to God, I would like it. That feels cringy just saying it out loud. What you could do, here's what I would suggest to anybody who's wants to help people out, but doesn't want this kind of shit to either happen or have alleged to happen or possibly happen, is that if you have people working for you in some capacity, use them as intermediaries and make sure that when you are mentoring them, that there are always other people present. You can mentor someone at a coffee shop. You can mentor someone in a restaurant. You can mentor someone in a fucking WeWork office. Just saying. Like, there are ways to, I guess, like, I wouldn't do that. Like, that sounds odd to me anyways. Like, I would love to mentor you. It just sounds like something Dracula would say, where he licks your razor. Like, be careful how you cut yourself. I would love to mentor you. Like, it's fucked up. So, if you're going to do something like that, or you want to help somebody out, put a little comfortable distance between you and that person. Go, hey, you got to understand, I'm my age, you're your age, I'm male, you're female. Don't take this as, as me dismissing you at all. But if we ever interact, we're just going to do it in public. We're always going to hang out in public. And we're not going to go for a drink. I don't drink anyways, but like, say I was, for purposes of this argument, somebody who drank, I'm not going to, we're not going to go drinking as part of the mentoring. Like, it just, I don't know where this went. I don't know her account. I'm just saying that phrase triggered me right away.
I felt very lucky to have.
She says Swalwell created a group chat with all the students and then added her as a friend on the messaging app Snapchat.
Okay, The group I'm okay with, except they have probably little breakout rooms, so that's kind of funky, but whatever. And that's on iMessage, which means she has his number and he has her number. Yeah, I wouldn't do that in iMessage. Right? Wouldn't you do that like Signal or some shit like that? Isn't that what those things are for? I know, you know, when this is 2019, that isn't even that long ago. Shit.
And so I asked the other people that were in the meeting, did he add them? And they said no.
Were they all men?
Yes. I was the only woman in the meeting.
She says Swalwell, who was then in his late 30s, started out talking politics, but his messages soon turned flirtatious.
Ultimately, it reached a point where he invited me to a hotel to meet him.
Yeah, don't, okay, we're not doing Coco from fucking Fame. That's, yeah, the answer is no.
It was very clear what the connotation was. At that point, I completely stopped responding. What I keep thinking back to
Good move. Good move. Well done.
is how lucky I am that I didn't go to that hotel.
Alisa Marco says she had a similar experience in 2021. She sent Swalwell a supportive message on Twitter, and to her surprise, he messaged right back.
I was so excited. I was a low-level staffer who had no real political background, and he was this established figure in Democratic politics.
They began to text, but she says he soon asked if she too was on Snapchat.
Yeah, Snapchat, by the way, it was originally designed because your shit disappears. If anybody is trying to bump you to, how about we move our easily trackable conversation to an app where the messages vanish after 12 hours or whatever? No.
Where messages and photos automatically get deleted after they're viewed.
How did the tenor of his conversation change?
It started out as professional and platonic, and then slowly they became more and more explicit, asking me what I was wearing. Then one night he was on a trip and he was laying in his hotel room bed, and then he sent me a photo of his penis.
Ugh. Ew.
Samarco showed us.
People should, I have a bit about sexting. People should check that out. It's funny, but also informative.
Text messages she sent to friends at the time about Swalwell's alleged advances. In one, she wrote, "He's snapping me right now, asking when he can see me." But beyond that, both women said little for years as they built careers as Democratic campaign strategists.
I was terrified that if I spoke out against him, then people would think that I was a loose cannon, that I couldn't be trusted, that maybe I'm making it up.
That was until Swalwell decided to run for governor of California.
I'm Eric Swalwell, and it's this simple.
And quickly moved to the top of the pack.
The idea that this man who has already abused his power would be given even more power and could potentially harm even more women made my whole body sick.
So, 2 weeks ago, Albrecht reached out to her good friend Cheyenne Hunt, a Democratic content creator, and asked her to post a
Please tell me her first name isn't spelled with a C.
video about the rumors that have dogged Swalwell for years.
The Democratic candidate currently leading in the California governor's race has a known history.
You know Eric Swalwell has slept with many of his interns and makes them all sign NDAs so they don't speak up, right? And when I was 19, he tried hitting on me and sliding into my DMs and okay.
Of being predatory towards women. I could never have guessed where it would lead us.
Where did it lead?
I was immediately slammed with DMs from other women who said, I have a story to tell. And that was when I realized that this was a lot bigger than I think any of us knew.
Swalwell has acknowledged what he called mistakes of judgment, but denied all allegations of sexual misconduct.
They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have.
And yet on
because I've gotten a letter from Snapchat that says, no, they can't be recovered.
Sunday, he suspended his bid for governor, and yesterday announced his plan to resign from Congress.
Is that justice in your view?
I think we just prevented another 30 to 40 years potentially of him harming people if he were to stay in Congress.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think we have served justice for his future victims. That won't exist anymore.
Oh, Nancy Cordes is here with more of that conversation. Nancy, incredible job with the interview.
Yes.
It's a really
Mhm.
sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's difficult to talk about, and she did a pretty good job, although we only see part of it.
Really appreciate you bringing us that. There was a little bit of it in the piece of how Swalwell is reacting to this, but how are he and other congressional lawmakers responding?
Well, at first, he sort of went after the women. He said that that these women who were coming forward were working with MAGA Republicans, that maybe they were working with a rival campaign. A few of the women who spoke to CNN anonymously early on got cease and desist letters from his lawyers. So there was some fear at first about what this was going to mean for them, as there always is when women are in a situation like this, or anyone is in a situation like this where they feel like they need to come forward. But what really encouraged them to persevere was the fact, that there were so many other women who were telling them stories that sounded so similar to what they had experienced.
I think this is great that they've come together and they've got the support of other women in this. But there is part of me that's a little sad about the fact that one isn't enough. That like one woman coming forward has to feel like she needs other people to back her up. Just to, I mean, that's progress that still needs to be made. You know what I mean? I'm sure that well, again, I mean, look at Bill O'Reilly. Like, he paid some woman $33 million to keep quiet. What would you have to do to someone? Turn around. What would someone have to do to you where, where you were willing to keep quiet about it at all? Let's just say you're struggling with whether to come out about it or whatever because you're just afraid. Or you can't see an upside for yourself, but you think, well, at least I can sue him and get money so I can move away or do something else, right? Like I can get away from this. Some restitution for what was done to me, but I'll keep my mouth shut. But, you're going to have to pay me to do it. That it would get past 10, 15, 20, 25, $30 million to $33 million. And that's not including the $9 million that Fox paid on top of that. Right? So I think only 3 are in that interview. There are others that just weren't there. I mean, this just might be the ones that are in that, in the city. So.
In fact, at one point, Annika told me last night, I felt like I wasn't crazy anymore because I was talking to all these women on the phone who said, oh, yeah, he told me to go to Snapchat, too. And he started sending me similar messages. So I think that was, while it was sad to hear that the community was larger than they thought, it was also comforting to know that she was believed and that she hadn't sort of.
Sad. The sad part is that she should have to feel like that's a question.
Misunderstood the signals that she was getting from him all those years ago.
Nancy, I know you saw Congresswoman Elise Stefanik on CBS Mornings earlier today, and it was an interesting moment when Nora and Gail asked the Congresswoman if members of Congress were perhaps aware that if this was sort of an unspoken secret, not just with Eric Swalwell, but with Tony Gonzalez and perhaps others. And her answer was sort of interesting. She referenced Kevin McCarthy removing Swalwell from a key committee a few years ago around allegations that I think had to do with with another woman. And I just wondered if you are hearing that now, because one of the things that we were talking about yesterday.
Why didn't you have Boebert on to talk about it?
Is just how quickly members of Swalwell's own party came out and said that they were distancing themselves from it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting contrast with Republicans. I agree.
I covered the Hill for a long time, and certainly Eric Swalwell was an outspoken and up-and-coming member. And, while there were stories about him, usually, they had to do with, was he talking to other women? I think that there was this assumption that, maybe he was promiscuous and that kind of thing. But when I talked to the women last night, what they said was that for younger women, for women their age, in their early 20s,
there was sort of there was a rumor mill that existed that went far beyond what I or maybe other women who worked on the Hill or covered the Hill had heard. They said that they were told point blank, don't engage with him on social media, don't meet him out somewhere, don't meet him at a hotel, because these stories had percolated at that point among younger women in particular, either interns or people who were.
Yeah, there's got to be. I think at some point we probably need some. I mean, I guess it would be too easy to abuse. Is the problem? Is like a whisper campaign website where people can post stuff anonymously, at least like whistleblowers, right? Because I think that's what this is. Let me be abundantly clear. These women aren't just, young girls who were taken advantage of by a dude who used, their desired career path and his positioning to control them and perhaps try to extract sex from them, whatever. That is true, but at its heart, it's a government whistleblower situation. So they should be, I think, especially for sexual assault or sexual harassment allegations, whistleblower protection should be provided and spoken to when you're going to be an intern or when you're going to work there. Like, look, this is how the office is, let's just say in a Sparks administration, obviously I can tell the occasional untoward joke, and the people that I hire around me would have to understand that as part of it, because I wouldn't want them to feel like they were in a hostile environment, because they need to know that, like, when the jokes are really jokes and they aren't cover for testing the waters. That's the problem that most people have. It isn't really with the jokes or any kind of like flirty talk. It's that, is this motherfucker going to follow me home? Right? That's what they're concerned with. So establish that right out front. This is the new political weapon. It's not that new, quite frankly. It's been around for a long time. But I think one of the things that we would do in a Sparks administration is that everybody would have a chain of command digital whistleblower situation, that if they had a problem with me, anybody in my cabinet, anybody in the entire administration, whoever they operated with above or below, contractors they had to interact with, that they would be able to tell someone that they would be able to log those experiences. Plus, you just do more stuff out in the open in those circumstances, right? Yeah. So, just a thought, just have that's why workplace romances are frowned on. It's not because they're wrong or people meet and fall in love at work isn't odd. It's a fairly normal thing that should be allowed to go on, because people, where else are you going to meet people? A lot of times that stuff happens. It shouldn't be this like puritanical attitude. And I think sometimes that's what creates this kind of, it puts a lid on it. Like, you can't go, don't hit on me. What the fuck are you doing? And move on. Right. So it creates these like this tension where there need be none between you and your other coworkers. And it also, allows for the illusion that if nobody said anything, nobody's doing anything, for the people that are skeevy to operate under that umbrella. It's just a thing I'm going to do. So, I think it was good that he stepped down. I say good riddance in that regard. I think if there's any charges to be brought or lawsuits, that is a burden he shall have to carry. And I think we need to fill his seat as quickly as possible with a decent person who will not do that and do good stuff. See how difficult that is? All right. Fuck, there's so much to cover and I'm over time anyways. Can I just let me do this. Okay.
This is the interpersonal bridge.
Shut up. Yeah. All right. I'm going to jump to this real quick. This is shorter. So, cause I need a break. That shit's heavy and I don't like it. And it's gross. And I have my, issue with fellas like that. And you know what? Part of my issue with the mashers and schemers and gropers that are out there like Trump is that it makes it really hard for decent, fun, sexually active, aware, conscientious, empathetic people to operate normally in the world. You know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers set the world where every woman has to, like, be afraid to talk to somebody. You know what I mean? Like, that pisses me off. Women shouldn't have to fear, every dude because of these guys. Because that's what happens. Most of the rapists that are put in jail have many victims. And none of the men I know in my life is even tangentially okay with coercive behavior towards women at all, especially if it involves violence or like it just is. It's so insane to me. I used to have this joke in high school when I was doing stand up really early on, and it got mixed reviews because the joke was I can have any woman I want. Yep. Because I don't want a woman that doesn't already want me. And it led into another piece, but it was like a bridge joke that set up the kind of concept of like being a flirt, right? But it's true, right? Like, if somebody doesn't want you or somebody doesn't want to be with you or around you, this is what, by the way, this is also partly why, in my estimation, women prefer confident guys to nervous guys. Because one thing about a confident guy, and why this works, is because a confident guy has options. But the nervous guy might go, but you were my last hope for love. I'm going to stand outside your window in the bushes looking with binoculars, right? So you have, the guy who doesn't have options is scary, right? But the guy who, like, I'm going to be okay, right? And this is just, by the way, this is flirting or talking to somebody, right? Men are victims as well. No question. That's what I'm saying. Men are victims of these guys as well. Men are victimized by the Donald Trumps of the world. Because we have to walk around carrying the fucking burden of the damage that they have done. The rules that now have to exist in the interaction between women, where women have to fear flirts from well-meaning sweet talk from somebody. Like, you can't do that. Not because the women are too weak to understand it or whatever. It's because in this circumstance with fuckers like that running around, they have to worry that, okay, how do I know? Right? So yeah, men have to deal with this shit all the time. The idea that people would have to go, are you consenting to a sexual act? I am also consenting to a sexual act. Before you have sex, when you've been flirting all night and you're actually enjoying each other's company and that kind of stuff, is fucking nonsense. It's crazy and unnecessary, except in a world where the Donald Trumps keep getting Peter principled to the top of the fucking food chain. If these people got what they deserved and went to jail for the shit they pull, and weren't part of the equation, then like, guys wouldn't have to like carry this with them. I said this for a long time. Like, I think roofing specifically, and we talked about this a little bit, I think, with Cliff. The idea of like roofing somebody should be a special add-on, not like an equal charge with the sexual assault. Because you dose somebody with a drug, they could fucking die. There's so much more to that, on top of what they're already going to jail for. That this is and to think that far ahead. Imagine what it would take. Imagine what it would fucking take for you to go and like buy that stuff from somebody, whatever it would take to find roofies at all, and then plan to bring it with you. And then spend all night finding, somebody who was drinking with friends or whatever, and then work your way up to dosing. Watch the Dahmer series. Holy shit, because he did that, right? I don't think people understand the steps involved in committing that kind of a crime, because there is so much evil woven into it that goes well beyond, the Cosby Special, exactly. That goes well beyond a sexual assault because of some sort of fantasy Italian passion moment where he tore off my dress and I cried a little bit at first, but it wasn't because I was upset, that kind of shit from the 50s. Think about every step of that. That's what you have to remember when stuff like that happens. It is so premeditated. And again, with a total disregard for the physical safety of the person you're doing. Let's just say you do that, you dose her but her friends notice, and they take her home. That happens all the time. I felt weird, and we just left, and then I went home and I slept for 9 hours. I felt like shit, and they realized they were roofied probably at the bar, right? Imagine their friends aren't there to take them home, but they manage to slip away from the dude because they go to the bathroom and then they come out and they're so fucked up they wander out a door and get hit by a car. You know what I mean? That's part of it. It has to be part of how you look at when somebody roofies somebody else like that. When they dope somebody so they could take advantage of them, you could kill them on a bunch of different fronts. So that has to be a factor in that goes beyond what, the watery nature of, they were drinking together. Get the fuck out of here. Ugh. And again, maybe it's because I've never drank and I don't, I've been very awake and aware every time I have had sex. And I, I also have bits about this, so I'm not going to go into them. But the point is and I'm sure a lot of men feel this way. I am sick and fucking tired of carrying the fucking burden for these assholes. Having to genuinely curtail me being flirty and silly or complimentary, all that kind of stuff, because I don't want to make a woman fear her surroundings because of these motherfuckers. Because that's why I don't I'm in a relationship, but let's say if I wasn't, I wouldn't not flirt because I'm afraid she'll misconstrue what I'm saying. Because I'm pretty good at it. And I'm self-deprecating and nice enough that you get that I'm not a physical threat in that regard. But I don't do it because I don't want the woman to feel unsafe while she's having fun out with her friends. You know what I mean? And that sucks that you have to even factor that in. You think about how many relationships, real relationships, don't bloom or start in the first place because both parties are carrying the baggage of bullshit like that. Think about that. Think of all the kids that were never born, marriages that never happened because somebody didn't flirt with somebody because they have to worry about, if I come up and say hi, she's going to think I'm a fucking creep or whatever. She's by herself, so I don't want to say anything because she'll think, I'm with two people and I just want to walk over and they're standing over there and that might make her feel nervous. But think about just all those normal times. We're good people trying to do the best they can in a normal situation. No harm, no foul. Genuinely attracted, just trying to be nice. And in the case where, if that person wasn't interested, you're just I just think you should know you're beautiful. Yeah, I don't need anything from you. I just want you to walk around happy today. There's enough sad people in the world. Bye. And that can be it. That could be enough. That's a lovely thing that could possibly happen, but it can't because of fucking Swalwell Snapchats and Donald Trump grabbing them by the pussy and fucking following women into dressing rooms. And, by the way, this motherfucker who had a sexual assault charge against him dropped because his dad was the fucking police chief in New York. Again, I don't know if it was if he was guilty or not, because it never went to fucking trial. You know why it never went to trial? Because his dad was the fucking police chief. And the idea that I or any guy who means well and is sweet and just trying to meet somebody would have to carry around the fucking baggage of this dickhead, both of these assholes, it's just wrong. Which again is why I believe that everybody who the sentence for attempted murder should be the same as murder, and that any rape conviction should have a 25-year. It should be a the sentence should last until your dick stops working naturally. That's what it should be. How old are you? 35. All right. Give him a 3-year Viagra window. You get out when you're 72. That's how it should be. Like, and then again, and look, yes, by the way, there are also women who fake rape charges and lie about men and all that kind of stuff. They're the same kind of problem. There are men out there who won't approach women because they're afraid, fuck, what if we get by ourselves and she just says I attacked her, right? Same shit. And it's fucking terrible what it does to just normal life. So, if somebody was found guilty of faking a sexual assault charge against somebody, they should get whatever time the guy would have gotten or the woman would have gotten if they were the one committing the assault. How about that? Seems kind of reasonable. If they were going to go to jail for 12 or 15 or 20 years, you go to jail for 12 or 15 or 20 years. And again, that's not because you failed to prove it in court. That's if you were actively found to be lying and there was proof, right? That seems reasonable. But again, we can't even have like the normal conversation about the value of that without these fuckers hanging over the entire conversation. That's sad. I weep for the future. Sorry. Okay. Now, apparently, this is going to put the squeeze on Iran big time. Greg Kelly on the U.S. naval blockade of Iran. I'm calling it the mockade. Thank you very much. Because it is, like everything else associated with this, bullshit. So.
All right, it's on.
That's it. It's not on.
A naval blockade.
No, it's a mockade
of Iran. It's kind of wild.
No, it's not a blockade of Iran. It's a blockade of one section of the Strait of Hormuz. We don't have ships inside the.
Certainly risky.
I don't know.
All right, it's very risky.
Why is it risky? What's the risk? Explain it to me. Because it's an act of war, or I thought they didn't have a navy and they don't have any missiles and they don't have any radar. How can they even find our ships?
But we know how to do it.
We do. We totally know how to do it. I did it before and I want to do it again.
And look, I'm nervous.
Thank you, Greg. You never disappoint. Ladies and gentlemen, Greg Kelly, the most miserable man on the internet. Never fails to have a truly stupefying moment where just everyone watching just feels like they've lost 5 IQ points.
You got these great big ships.
Yeah, they do. They're huge. So many of these ships, and they're just sailing, and they're sailing up and down, and they're like sailing, up in the strait, and they're like floating around with their big buoys.
Got great defenses, but it's very hard to kind of practice this stuff live fire.
It is? Sorry, you think they're going to get hit because of lack of practice? Hey, Trump, asshole. Why'd you stop the practicing? Why'd you stop us from the practice?
But I think it was necessary.
Yeah, you do. Why?
Go through it. What does a blockade mean?
Oh, thank you. Yes, I love the default to Merriam-Webster. What is it? Blocked? All ships entering, leaving Iranian ports. Not blocked. So it's again a mockade.
Right? All ships entering or leaving Iranian ports.
Not so much. A Chinese ship just went right through, went straight up to Iran, and I guess turned around and went right back out.
Are blocked. Nobody on a ship can go into or out of an Iranian dock.
Or what? We blow them up? What do? Seize the boat? Take the oil. I always say, take the oil and God and religion, and take the oil.
Now, not blocked. Well, the Strait of Hormuz is open for other countries, other ships going to, say, Bahrain, going to Kuwait, going to Qatar, UAE, and the rest. It's necessary for commerce. Iran, this is going to...
It's sort of like it's a semi. It's just like, sorry.
The squeeze on them big time.
Oh, buddy.
Let's take a quick peek, if we can, at the Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, that looks open. That's fucking, yeah. And interestingly enough, the only two ships transiting through right now are in the Iranian side that would go to an Iranian port. Gee, Greg, it's almost like you're a complete idiot.
Right now, I'm told that dozens of ships have made the transit so far.
You were told wrong.
And just the other day, it was basically zero. I also heard Lloyd's.
Where'd you hear this?
Of London. They were pointing to Lloyd's of London as an excuse. Oh, our insurance company won't allow us to go through the strait. They'll cancel our insurance. Turns out Lloyd's of London was playing a bit of a game, right?
Yeah, they do that. I like worry about them. I don't like Lloyd. You know who I prefer? You know my insurance carrier? I'm with Werewolves of London. Yeah. I love their commercials. Yeah. Yeah. They cover me for everything, you know. Home, auto, giant tanker, medical. It doesn't cover lycanthropy. I found that fucking weird. Yeah. And of course parts of my body are insured for obvious reasons. So there's that. Sorry.
Like their UK government, they don't like America, and they were trying to screw us over here.
Yeah, that's what it was. It wasn't because they didn't want to pay billions for a fucking tanker.
No more excuses for these ships, and it looks like so far it is holding. I'm a little bit nervous about those Chinese and whatever weapons they...
Yeah, the Chinese, man. They make me nervous.
...given to Iran. I know our guys are on alert. These blockades, though, have been done before, and we know how to do them. We haven't done them in a long time, though.
Yeah, we're out of practice.
This is one all the way back from the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Yeah, that went great.
90 miles from Florida, Castro's Cuba finally provoked the United States to quarantine the island. This forceful action was triggered by evidence gathered by U-2 planes.
What could possibly go wrong?
Reconnaissance.
There was some question, would this lead us to the very brink of World War III? Well, no, say our wonderful pilots in the air.
Aerial films revealed the presence on Cuban soil
of people suntanning their naughty bits.
Of offensive Russian nuclear weapons.
Yes, you should see them. They're fucking disgusting. I guess that was a offensive weapon. It looked a lot like a series of landing strips to me. It might have just been the worst highway system we've ever seen.
A reckless gamble to which President Kennedy reacted swiftly. He ordered the fleet to turn back or seize ships attempting to augment this aggressive buildup.
Ooh, no augmenting. We choose to keep them from augmenting and the other things, not because we are easy, but because we are hard.
And it worked. The Soviets couldn't get anything in. The only thing that came out eventually where those nasty Soviet missiles that were
the nasty is so nasty.
Sitting just 90 miles away from Florida. That worked. I hope this one can. I think it can. Not without risk, but hey, we're the United States of
Yeah, we do risk. I mean, we're raw dogging this bitch. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna give it to the Strait of Hormuz. Tell them, Greg.
America. These two ships will be actually looking for the mines themselves. The mines, they're minesweepers, right?
Yeah, Mike Murphy and Frank. I mean, those guys, they could find a mine in a field of yours, if you know what I'm saying. And I think that you do. Boom! All right.
One of their roles, and that's a tricky one.
I don't even know what that. Am I like? Is it just a douchebag comedian I'm doing from character? Okay.
Very, very tricky. Certainly dangerous.
Well, I mean, it depends on what kind of mines they are. You know what I mean? I mean, if they're big, the kind of sea mines, like in Hot Fuzz, that could be it. That could be dangerous. But maybe they're like piñatas, and you bump into them and candy floats out.
But we're up for it, right? We already destroyed their navy. They
Wait, do we? Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Essentially have no navy that they can mess with us with.
Yes, we've seen this footage of the ship we shot off the coast of India several times, Greg. We know it gives you what you've grown to think of fondly as your former erection.
They also have degraded missiles, and I'm sure they have a couple of errant drones and that kind of thing.
Yes, there's a missile they have that gives you daddy issues.
It's fascinating, though. We destroyed their entire navy.
Or did we?
If they damage one...
Real quick, are the sea mines considered part of the Navy? Is Navy ammunition part of the Navy? I think so.
Our ships, or God forbid, sink one of our ships, we still...
Yeah, we'd have to move our red peg up one.
Have won this war, but geopolitically, you know what they'll say.
Yeah, they'll say, yeah. Do you have all your ships? I don't think so.
History will actually judge us fairly, but we can't lose a ship. We cannot lose a ship.
You tell them, Greg. Thank you very much. The real hard-hitting news from Greg Kelly. And by hard-hitting, I mean words coming out of a teleprompter smash into his forehead and bounce off, and it's not pleasant. Okay, do I have any time left for this office? Because we covered. Yeah, we have another. No. Okay, some of these are so fucking long. Okay, I will do this. I'm gonna stick around for a bit because of this. Is he? Yeah. It's fucking. Where is he? Yeah, they had JD Vance come out and talk at Turning Point. And here it is. Let's see if we can handle the Riz. I don't think we can.
Andrew? What's up, man? Mr. Vice President, good to see you. Thank you all. What a welcome.
Wow, that was fun. I should tell my cool story about drinking Diet Mountain Dew. You guys love that one.
Hello, Athens. Yeah.
Yes. Easy. Turd Polishing USA. That's what we're calling it from now on. Yeah. Turd Polishers. Yeah.
I think that's their thing. I like it. That is definitely their thing. So I've been to 2 SEC schools with Turning Point USA, and my Ohio State brethren are ashamed of me because I've given you guys way more love than my own alma mater, but it's pretty good to be in SEC country, I have to say.
Pretty good?
Hey, it's great to be here.
Easy. It's pretty good?
We can help fix that. We can work on that.
The JD. It stands for just dumb.
So for those of you wondering why I don't have really flowing, long, blonde hair right now.
Megyn Kelly ditched out. And
so I'm going to address it right at the front. Mr. Vice President, I'm on stage here instead of our friend Erica Kirk.
That's right.
Because unfortunately, she has received some very serious threats in her direction.
Sorry, and she feels safer away from the Vice President of the United States? Were they from him?
Which is terrible.
It's also fucking weird.
It's a terrible reflection on the state of reality. And
no, it isn't. It's not. This isn't the state of reality. This is maggot on maggot violence.
State of the country. But it underscores a larger point that she has received a lot of attacks from.
And so have you. See? You're basically like sisters. So it totally explains that weird hug you gave her.
Surprising places, perhaps. Tell us what you think about.
From the right, is what he means. From basically former employees of TPUSA.
That some of the people that have made, part-time jobs out of attacking Erica, and this is the net result.
Ooh, part-time jobs. Shots fired.
Sure. Well, first of all, I love Erica, and I know that she did get some threats, and,
I heard you say that right now, so I do know that.
About 2 hours ago, as you know, Andrew, I was a little worried that we were going to have to cancel the event because Erica was not going to come, and she was very worried about it. And I talked to the Secret Service, and obviously these guys do a very good job, and I said, you know what? Let's let Erica do what she needs to do for herself and her family. I'm sure Andrew will fill in. And let's go and make this an amazing event with the Georgia Bulldogs in Athens, Georgia. So absolutely, we're going to do this thing.
Yeah, we're going to do it. Riz. I'm Riz Jizz, and it's exciting. Also, team name. Good God.
But look, I mean, in so...
It's like someone animated a loaf of bread.
Many ways... when did Charlie die? It was mid-September, I believe.
September 10th.
And in the past, that's right, it was the day right before September 11th.
Yeah, the 10th is usually before the 11th. Not always.
And in so many ways, the past 6 or so months have been two separate living hells for Erica Kirk. And the first is, of course, that she lost her husband, she lost the father of her children. And I'll never forget this because I mean, frankly, I think a lot about it because my wife is now pregnant with our fourth baby, is when we went and picked up, thank you.
Yeah, in the middle of talking about a grieving widow, I always like to get an applause break.
But when we went and picked up Charlie's body in Utah, and of course you were there with us, and I met Erica and I met the family. I mean, I met his parents.
You picked it up?
And his little sister. And I just think about that moment and where she was so broken. And any of you know who anybody who's grieved before is you kind of go from just crestfallen and sad, and then you want to remember the person that you just lost. And there's just this constant flood of emotions, right? At one moment you're laughing about something they said 2 years ago, and at another moment you're sobbing because they're not there anymore. And I thought about that moment a lot.
I've never heard anyone describe grief in a more banana bread way in my life. Like, also things that happen when people go through things. It's like somebody in a fucking film strip.
Because Erica told me, and that was the first time she'd ever, told me this, and I guess I thought about it a lot in the context of our own, my wife's pregnancy. She said, I really wish that we had had more babies together. And that kind of hit me like, it's just it. He's gone. That was sort of one of the moments where I realized Charlie's not coming back here.
This is weird.
You have this mom who's really sad about the fact that her two little kids may never have memories. I mean, you think about like as a father. I know most of you out there are too young to have kids, but
you're in Georgia.
The things that you think about as a father is, I want my kids to remember this moment, right? I want my 6-year-old to remember when I took him to the zoo, or my 6-year-old son was just baptized.
Why? In court or something?
On Easter Sunday, and I want him to remember that moment with me, and that's, thank you. But so Erica's struggle.
That's really odd, by the way. Like, I don't do stuff with my son to remember it later. I do it to be with my son because I love him and I like being with him. I'm like, you're gonna remember this. Like, who does that? You gonna remember this later? You having fun? You gonna tell people this was good?
With this, and of course that's terrible, unspeakable. Most of us cannot even put ourselves in her shoes, while at the same time, she's trying to make sure that Charlie's legacy doesn't die. And in that context, everybody is attacking her over everything, and they're lying about her, and it's one of the most disgraceful things that I've ever seen in public life. And I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in my life as a political leader, and I will tell you that the people who tell you, I was there with her, I was holding her hand, my wife was hugging her while we loaded Charlie's body onto Air Force Two and said the Lord's Prayer. The people telling you that Erica wasn't grieving her husband are full of shit. And we need to be honest about that fact.
I recognized all the signs of grieving, and she checked all the boxes. I have a printout right here of all the stages of grief, and we had someone follow her around for a week.
Excuse my language. My wife says I got to work on my language. She's been telling me that for...
She doesn't mean the swearing.
12 years, and it's...
She means the weird sentences and the nonsensical asides about Mountain Dew.
Still hasn't taken.
And, yeah.
But the thing is, look, when you become a public figure, the natural thing, and I've talked to Eric about this privately, is a ton of crazy people say a ton of things about you that simply aren't true. But...
Yeah, they're not the problem. The problem is all the people who are crazy and are saying things about you that are true because you used to be friends with crazy people, or you still are. Peter Thiel, the Antichrist, for example.
The thing that makes it so egregious with Erica is that she's a grieving person who's trying to carry on her husband's legacy. And look, we all do things that are wrong. If you want to, criticize Turning Point USA for not taking this position or having this political disagreement, or maybe it should do this or that, that's all above board.
So he's just there. Sorry, don't you have a bunch of shit for the Trump administration to clean up? But you're going to come in there and clean up for Erica and Turning Points? I mean, he's going to need them if he's going to run. That's why.
But to say that Erica Kirk wasn't grieving her husband on that day, to say that Erica Kirk was somehow complicit in it, is so preposterous and so disgusting. And it's one of the things that has broken, I think, the American public conversation of the last 6 months. I mean,
No, I don't pay it much mind at all. I'm basically looking at the trial that's going to happen, and that's pretty much where I set my standard of facts, and we'll see. But this is your fucking problem. This is not our fucking problem.
Andrew, we could talk about this for a long time. Charlie...
And still say nothing.
His absence, I felt it so many times in so many different ways. There have been so many times where I wanted to call Charlie and say, man, you've got to call this person, or man, you've got to put this...
Do something for me.
...together so we can help this candidate, or just...
Fix this for us.
Bounce ideas off of as a friend. There have been so many ways in which I felt that void, but one of the ways in which I felt that void is that it's like the response to Charlie Kirk dying, the response to Charlie Kirk getting assassinated by a left-wing furry lover is the response should have been, let's go after left-wing violence and terrorism. Let's defund the networks of left-wing violence and terrorism.
Yeah, I get that. But this is why people on the right who you've taught to be paranoid lunatics can't buy the first story that comes out. And so they think it's too perfect. They think it's too on the nose. And therefore they think you set it up because this is the fucking house you built and this is the bed you're going to lay in.
And that's what we've been doing in Washington, D.C., and that's what we've been fighting for every single day. Savannah Hernandez, of course, was assaulted in Minnesota a couple days ago. I talked to Kash Patel on the way down here, and I said, I assume that we're doing something here. And he said, yes, we've had multiple agents on the ground. We've already talked to Savannah. We're going to use the video to try to go after the people who assaulted her and then try to defund the networks that fund those radicals who are going around assaulting activists.
Right, because that doesn't actually happen. Cool. Why don't you just say you're going to arrest the Tooth Fairy?
That's what we should be doing.
Yes, find a crime and look for a different one.
And I know that politics is hard, and I know that it's challenging, and I know that things aren't always
Really? You do?
easy, and we're going to have disagreements even within our coalition. But if you're going after Erica Kirk and not the people who are trying to destroy the United States of America, you're part of the problem, not part of the solution.
Yeah, amen.
Dave Smith's show is called Part of the Problem. That's a shot across the bow. Also, notice how they're having to spend the beginning of this turning points, this turding points, the Turd Polishing USA event. They're having the Vice President of the United States is having to spend the first 10 minutes of the conversation defending the head of the organization from accusations that she had her husband murdered. That's the state of MAGA. This is the ad infinitum version of MAGA. This is where MAGA will always end up.
I think that's really well said, Mr. Vice President. And I always try and remember that Erica has to live with this constant reality that her kids are one parent away from being orphans. And so we take that extremely seriously. And as you mentioned, what happened with Savannah, and I think it's just important that we remember that we're dealing with humans. These are human beings.
Who are you talking to? Candace Owens.
Yeah, exactly. And I've heard some people say, well, Erica...
Don't go there.
...was smiling 2 days after Charlie Kirk died or something like that. And it's like, most of us in this room have grieved somebody that we loved. Maybe, hopefully not a spouse who dies in the prime of their life, but when you deal with somebody who's grieving, it's always this weird combination of emotions. It's intense sadness,
Yeah, you already said that part. Now it sounds like sales, and Candace Owens is going to do an entire video about how you guys were lapping up whatever she was selling. You do realize you're digging this hole in your own fucking backyard.
It's, you sort of love that person in that moment, maybe more than you ever have because you feel their absence. You think about all the happy moments that you had and you can't help but smile. And then you remember they're not there and you can't help but sob. That's what grief is like. And so, again, if your instinct is...
He's doing 10 minutes apologizing for how grief works. This is so fucking lame. And it's not helping. Like, most of us know this, whatever. This is a sales pitch as far as Candace Owens and the people that follow her believe. Everybody who's bought into this whole conspiracy theory around, that the FBI and the fucking army and Fort Haktua and all that shit that Candace has been selling, this is just going to be fodder for them. She'll just get 5 fucking 2-hour videos out of this.
Go after not the left-wing radicals who are assaulting Savannah, or not the people who shot Charlie Kirk, but if your instinct is...
There are no people that shot him. One guy did it. And his lover had no idea until after it had happened. They didn't conspire. There's no background that he had another group working with him. He was by himself. He chose to do it. College campuses have to deal with lone gunmen all the time. You just give a shit now because it was somebody you know. But what about the thousands of other people who've been shot on campuses because of some dickhead who thinks he's more important and his grievance is more important than your right to live?
Go after a young mother because she's grieving in a way that you find you find wrong. Well, why don't you stay in your lane and mind your own business?
Yeah, amen.
Grief is complicated, and
So is this answer.
So there's another angle of this, Andrew, which is just so absurd, which is that people will say that Eric.
Dude, stop digging.
She's been doing this or she's been doing that, and I would be doing something different. And it's like, first of all, that's fine. Like, if you want to criticize somebody because you have a disagreement, disagree with my politics, disagree with something that Erica or Andrew say on the Turning Point podcast, but this desire to go...
Oh, man, this is... methinks Milady doth protest too much comes to mind, and rightly so. But talk about it. I'm starting to understand how the Iran talks fell apart as fast as they did.
after her for the way she's grieving her husband. That's the most preposterous thing I've seen in a very long time, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff in politics.
Amen. Thank you for saying that.
Okay, so he prepared those 3 sentences. The whole, I've seen a lot of crazy things, but there's the crazy things that people should mind their own business and shut the fuck up or whatever. That, like, he ran those lines over in his head, so he had to say them 4 times because he wasn't sure he said them. Because they have no meaning. They are just like, and again, if you've seen somebody dead, even if you don't know them or particularly like them, it is a shocking emotional thing, especially if you're around somebody who did care for them. So the idea that you wouldn't have this anchored in you speaks to who you are. This, like, you know, kind of almost like a corporate defensiveness.
Mr. Vice President. So I think this segues very well into our next question here. You are a practicing Catholic. You're, despite your language, you're attempting to be a faithful Catholic.
That's right. That's right.
I think it was well placed, if I may say.
it.
I'm sure you've seen that the Vatican and the Pope and the President have been in the news lately. So as a Catholic, what does it feel like to be, in the middle
Partners with a child molester?
of that?
I thought it was going to get easy questions. This is kind of a tough question here.
Nope, no easy ones there.
So here's the thing about this. So
here's the thing.
First of all, you will sometimes hear people say, well, the Vatican, the church, whether it's the Protestant church, the Catholic church, they should preach the gospel, they should ignore public policy. I actually don't agree with that. I actually think that it's a good thing.
Yeah, kind of. Actually, that was like Trump's, I guess, argument is that they should mind their own business and not get involved unless they support me, and then they should say it, or they should be forced to say it.
When Christian leaders, whether they're Catholic or Protestant, part of preaching the gospel is talking about how the gospel applies to the issues of the day. So I've never been one of these people who say that you should never have, Christian leadership not talking about politics, or frankly, political leaders not talking about their Christian faith. But I do think that we have to remember that, each of us has our own role. I'm the Vice President of the United States.
I know, we're all very sad about it.
The fundamental way I understand my role is that
Sorry, back up.
I'm the Vice President of the United States. The fundamental way I understand my role is that I'm trying to take the lessons, the moral truths that are rooted in Christianity, and I'm trying to apply them to a whole host of complicated real-world scenarios. Thank you.
Such as?
So my job is to apply moral truth to try to do the best thing for the American people. That's my job, and that's the President of the United States' job. And of course, he's the
Of course, some people aren't up to the task.
Person who leads our administration. The Pope's job is to preach the gospel. Okay, and again, I think that sometimes in the context.
No, I think a preacher's job is to preach the gospel. I think the Pope's job is literally to oversee the entirety of the Catholic faith.
Like, it doesn't bother me, even when I disagree with him. And I have a lot of respect for the Pope. I like him. I admire him. I've gotten to know him a little bit. It doesn't bother me when he speaks on issues of the day, frankly, even when I disagree with how he's applying a particular principle. So the most obvious example is, it has frustrated me that some of the Catholic clergy have attacked mercilessly the Trump administration on immigration. It is a constant idea that somehow everything that the Trump administration does when it comes.
Oh, this is brutal. Hold on. This is his audience. This is why the lights are so low at this thing. Hold on. JD Vance is a rough night, is a tiny crowd and significant heckling. Okay, so literally, that's why the lights are so far down. Yikes. Sorry, loser. Where was I? Oh, God.
Securing our borders is.
It's also why it's so echoey.
Inhumane. And my constant response to that.
Yeah, there are no bodies in there absorbing that sound.
Is, how is it humane to allow drug traffickers and sex traffickers to bring little kids across the southern border?
Amen.
How is that humane?
Yeah, that's not the point he's making at all. You're grabbing people off of while they're doing roofing jobs. and farm workers, women pulling babies away from their mothers.
But again, I'd almost rather have the conversation. So I kind of like, even when there's disagreement, I like it when the Pope comments on questions of immigration. I like it when the Pope talks about abortion. I like it when the Pope talks about
almost singularly
matters of war and peace, because I think that at the very least it invites a conversation. So I think some people,
what is the Catholic Church's position on couch fuckers?
Couch humping. Couch humping. Jumping. Feel the beat. Feel the beat. Take it higher. Can't retreat. Feel the rhythm. Can't deny. Can't deny. Couch humping. Reach the sky.
Oh yeah. Come on, people. Did they have a stance or
reaction to this is to say, well, he shouldn't have said that. And look, there are certainly things that the Pope has said in the last few months that I disagree with. Let me just take like one very concrete example, related to this conflict in Iran. So the Pope said something where he said, and I'm gonna try to remember the exact quote, but he said that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. God is never on the side of those who wield the sword. I'm pretty sure that he said that exact statement. Now, on the one hand,
are you going to quote the Old Testament and call yourself a Christian?
Again, I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand,
I think Erica Kirk didn't come because the turnout was so low. I gotta tell you, like, I think she didn't show up not because she was getting threats. There was a threat to her leadership because there's nobody in that fucking audience.
How can you say that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword? Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated France from the...
Well, no, the Germans wielded the sword. The Americans in that situation came to the war because of the attacks that were made. What he means by wield the sword is first strike. And you know this, and you're an asshole.
Nazis?
He also said, yes, who said they make war, right.
Was God on the side of the Americans who liberated Holocaust camps and liberated those innocent people from, those who had survived the Holocaust?
Sorry, were there guilty people that they also...
Oh,
he's getting heckled. Well, they support genocide. Hold on, let's go back here real quick. Did you hear that? Somebody just yelled this.
Those who had survived the Holocaust.
And you can hear it because of the echo.
I certainly think the answer is yes, and I agree. Jesus Christ does not. I agree. Jesus Christ certainly does not support genocide. Whoever yelled that out from the dark, he certainly does not. I think that's pretty easy. I think that's a
little spattering of applause. This says this has please clap energy.
A pretty easy principle. Okay, so here's a guy. Let me just say this. This is a guy. No.
This is going very well.
First of all, random dude who's shouting. Can I finish my point and then I'll respond to what you just shouted? Is that okay? Okay, great.
Yeah, can we give him 1 second to answer this?
So let me just finish this question on the Pope,
and then we'll have somebody remove you while I'm. All right.
I want to respond to what this guy said. So, number one, when the Pope says that God is never on the side of those who wield the sword, there is more than 1,000-year tradition of just war theory. Okay, now we can of course.
All right, just war theory. Yeah, that has nothing to do with Christianity, fuckwad. Okay, hold on 1 second. God is not on the side of. Okay, because God does not bless any conflict. Never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. God is not on the side of bullies. He made those in 2022. Okay, yeah, this is the new one. So, this is the Pope saying God does not bless any conflict. This is just so we know what he actually said. God does not bless any conflict, which would apply to both sides, including the Iranians in theory. God does not bless any conflict. Anyone who is a disciple of Christ, the Prince of Peace, is never on the side of those who once wielded the sword and today drop bombs. Military action will not create space for freedom or times of peace, which comes only from the patient promotion of coexistence and dialogue among peoples. Yeah, it sounds pretty popey to me. Hexeth, he compared to the pilot to Jesus. Shot down on Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all Saturday, rescued Sunday, flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday. A pilot reborn, all home and accounted for, a nation rejoicing. God is good. And the Pope also wrote, absurd and inhuman violence is spreading ferociously through the sacred places of the Christian East. Boy, that's a way to put it. The Christian East. I don't know why they're not happy about that. Profaned by the blasphemy of war and the brutality of business, with no regard for people's lives, which are considered at most collateral damage of self-interest. No gain can be worth the life of the weakest children or families. No cause can justify the shedding of innocent blood. Yeah, or you lose yourself to the whole fucking thing, right? That's kind of the point. All right, let's finish up some of this dipshittery.
Have disagreements about whether this or that conflict is just, but I think that it's important, in the same way that it's important for the Vice President of the United States to be careful when I talk about matters of public policy. I think it's
so. Should the president be careful and not say they're going to wipe out an entire civilization? I'm fucking with you.
Very, very important for the Pope to be careful when he talks about matters of theology. And I think that one of these issues here is that there has been again.
You don't think the Pope is careful about how he speaks on matters of theology?
Hey, random dude screaming, I told you I'd respond to your point. I just want to respond to this question first. But I think one of the issues here is that if you're going to opine on matters of theology, you've got to be careful. You've got to make sure it's anchored in the truth. And that's one of the things that I try to do. And it's certainly something I would expect from the clergy, whether they're Catholic or Protestant. Now, to respond to this guy here, he said, I believe he said the administration supports a genocide in Gaza. And here's my response to that. When we came in, the humanitarian situation in Gaza was an absolute catastrophe.
We couldn't even build a hotel there.
You know who's the person who got a peace agreement in Gaza?
Joe Biden. It was actually his peace agreement. All the points. The only difference is that Trump said to Netanyahu, same points, but which you agreed to, but I'll give you 10 more months of bombing.
Donald J. Trump. So if you want to complain about what happened in Gaza.
Notice how they're shooting to really close shots of the audience to avoid showing the crowd at all. And also they still can't help but show empty stands. These are the stairs, I presume, right here between these lights. And yeah.
So if you want, sir, to complain about what happened in Gaza, why don't you...
I'm alone. I just want them to cut to this guy and go like, why are you showing B-roll of clapping on the screen? I am the only one here. I only showed up because I felt like somebody had to.
Complain about Joe Biden and the last administration. We're the administration that solved that problem.
Yes, no genocide, just ethnic cleansing. Wink, wink.
And by the way, not only was our administration like the administration that solved the problem, but the president.
Yeah, it's not solved.
Excuse me, sir. Right now.
This is going very well. I'm enjoying this. I gotta say, can I say, like, I'm now, again, I also know why Erica Kurt did show up. I don't think it was death threats. I think it was shit crowd, lame place, and there are going to be people in the audience that are going to yell at her about, Tyler Robinson was a patsy or whatever. Just, you hate to see it.
Right now,
the problem they have is that there's not enough people to boo him into silence.
More humanitarian aid coming into Gaza than it has any time in the past 5 years, because we have taken that situation seriously. And that's one of the things that I'm proud of about our administration is whether it's there or Thailand and Cambodia.
Thailand?
We've consistently tried as much as we can to solve these problems.
Obviously within reason, because...
not just complain about them like the guy who just ran away angry.
He didn't run away, they took him away.
You know, JD, I'll never forget your speech at Charlie's memorial, and you...
Oh, God. You've heard of looks maxing. This is grief maxing.
You talked about how your faith in the wake of Charlie's assassination has become so central.
Yeah, Nina, can you hear that echo in the room? Holy shit.
To you, you talk about it more, and now you're...
It's like I just want to drag a drum kit in there and recreate when the levee breaks. Boom, ha, boom, 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 ha. Listen, this is check. This is amazing.
Even writing a book about it.
Sure.
Tell us about it. And
Yeah,
what's it called? It's called the way.
Well, it's called communion.
Fuck me, he's selling a book.
And you know, it's I think the subtitle is Finding My Way Back to Faith. Yes. And you know,
from where? What sorry. Back to faith. What tore you away from your faith?
Couch humping. Couch humping. Jumping. Feel the beat. Feel the beat. Take it higher. Can't retreat. Feel the rhythm. Can't deny. Can't deny. Couch humping. Reach the sky.
I can't imagine that my God would never be anti-couch humping. I mean, it is a victimless crime. Especially if it's your couch. I mean, I suppose as long as you pay for the dry cleaning.
Here's why I wanted to write this book, Andrew.
Money. Because, man, God and religion. And Trump said, you should write a religion. These people will buy anything, God.
I think that like a lot of you, there was a point in my life. I mean, this is probably a much more Christian audience than maybe I was when I was a 22-year-old college student. I just got out of the Marine Corps, and I realized that I was sort of winning this game of life in one sense, and I was losing it in the way that mattered. And, I was raised in a Christian household. I was raised in a very sort of Pentecostal family.
And then here I was, under a tech billionaire, chomping on a pillow.
Our church had really good music and amazing people, and one of the things I love about evangelical culture in the United States of America is just how welcoming it is of everybody, right? And you know that.
Well, it's a business.
You're an evangelical Christian. And so...
Citation needed?
The thing is, I hadn't been properly formed in my faith. And so I got to the Marine Corps.
Yeah, I guess it was too much music and fun shit. Maybe they're too welcoming. Maybe they ought to
and by the
shove you around a little bit.
Time I left the Marine Corps and it was starting college, I called myself an atheist. And I kind of went through this period of being an angry atheist, and then I realized
there's so much more money in not being an angry atheist. And so I got together with a bunch of other angry atheists, and we're like, let's just use religious language and fucking let the bugs roll in. It's not true anyway, so who gives a shit?
When I got to a point where I thought to myself, what actually matters in life? It's not getting into a law school, which I had done. It's not making a lot of money. It's not credentials. It's not good jobs. It's being a good person.
Which is way harder.
I'd fallen in love with this. Thank you. I'd fallen in love with a girl, and that girl eventually became my wife and the mother to our now 4 children. And I remember thinking to myself, like, she doesn't care whether I make a certain amount of money. She wants me to be...
Yeah, she does. She will when you have 4 kids.
Good husband. She wants me to be a good father. She wants...
Oh, too bad.
...me to be a virtuous person, and I started to realize...
She wants date night.
Yes, she does want that, which is hard when you're vice president of the United States. But what I realized is that the philosophy of secular liberalism, it was achieve. Get as many credentials, make as much money as possible.
Yeah, that's not secular liberalism.
And that left me feeling empty.
That I think he means like economic liberalism.
And meanwhile, it was this faith that I had discarded as a kid, which actually provided a real sense of meaning and purpose. And then I talked to a priest, and this priest was like, you know what? If you think that the Christian faith is right about all these moral questions, maybe it's right because there's a witness element to it. Like maybe the fact that it's right about morality and about virtue and about sin, maybe that means it's also right about the fact that Jesus Christ was the Son of God. Maybe it's
that's a little sticky, because one asks you to believe in a certain ethical standard, which is not difficult and doesn't need, in theory, any kind of ballast or anchor to measure its value in your life. You can tell it, in society in general, better way of living, if you want to have friends and family and not go to prison, shit like that, versus whatever the mythos is about any particular savior or character.
Also right that Jesus Christ died.
Is it also right that there were more gods in the beginning of the Bible? Like to the point where even in the Ten Commandments it says, have no other gods before me, not like phony gods, but actual ones. If there aren't any other gods, how can you? Wouldn't you just put, shall not worship any false gods? But any other gods before me means there are other gods, and you can have them, but I'm first.
And was risen.
Just curious thing.
And rose from the dead on the third day. Like maybe.
Can you imagine getting a round of applause that easily?
Like
same shot. Do not show the size of the crowd. Too sparse.
Maybe these things that appeal to you about the Christian faith come from the deeper truth of the Christian faith.
And maybe not.
Kind of got me down a pathway of where eventually I was baptized and became a...
That's why my new book about my Christian faith is called Kinda. It's about a kinda gentler world, maybe.
Very devout Christian, and at this...
It's a follow-up to my book, Jesus. Fuck it.
Point. Amen. Thank you.
Amen.
But
it's like the saddest megachurch ever.
No, I thought, first of all, a lot of people have asked me about that journey, and I thought, what better way than to sit down and actually force myself to write it out? I actually started writing the book back in 2017, right after Usha had our first baby, my son Ewan, who's now 8 years old. And so I've been kind of writing it off and on since then. And, a little bit Charlie's death, a little bit just being in the public eye, but mostly
a little bit the book offer.
Just, I've been at this thing for 10 years, and I was like, it's finally time to get it out there. And so I put the finishing touches on it, submitted to the publisher a couple of months ago, and it's coming out in June. So buy the book, Communion.
And this is about you being butt fucked by aliens. Because I have to say, my favorite book called Communion is about a dude, unfortunately, who has a how can I put it, a very Moon River experience with aliens, where he speaks in their own language to them and says,
you using the whole piss doc?
So, by the way, there's a new Whitley Schreiber doc on, I think it's on Netflix. Now I'm going to have to look that up. I watched it the other day where he goes back over the tape, his original hypnosis tapes when he was first had his experiences and all that kind of stuff. And it's so sad and terrifying to hear him crying, explaining what happened to him and all that kind of stuff. And then watching the story, and then he left the house. He lost because he couldn't get hired after it. He'd written Wolfen, which I really enjoyed because it had, it was a wolf monster movie. What's not to like? And it had Gregory Hines in it. Quite frankly, that's really the reason why I like Wolfen, is because I like Gregory Hines in anything. But Communion's a great book. I read it, and it's also like the tale he tells of it on his own, and his friends tell. He had his friends hypnotized. They didn't know what happened. They were in another room, wouldn't have seen what happened at all. They didn't know about his story. This is before he published the book, before anything. He actually had them hypnotized, and they told the same story of seeing the light and feeling the room, kind of like shift and all that kind of stuff, and that they were frozen and they were like awake and couldn't move, but they could see this bright beaming light, and there were people moving around. They could hear footsteps and all that kind of shit. It was, it's spooky as fuck. It's really well done. But the fact that he would name it communion is just so lazy.
Not that that wasn't also really riveting, but we're getting to the part of the interview that I'm really excited about. You are working on fraud. You're the fraud czar.
Yes.
How many bad guys? Yes, we can. How many bad guys are we going to get? I mean, that's the way there's a really nice.
How about how many have you got already on a federal level? I mean, some people have been busted on the state level and then handed over to the feds. That was already happening.
Framing of this question that I worked on. No. I want to know. What's the progress? Tell us about it.
Well, we're working very hard. Fraud is very terrible. Here's why you don't like fraud. Here's why fraud is a bad thing. How many we get? I don't know.
We've already gotten a lot of bad guys. And this is, one of the things I'm very proud about is.
Right. And now that you're in charge, that'll grind to a halt.
That, people don't just want talk. They want action.
Oh, my God.
They want us to actually go and arrest the people who committed.
Right, so you're just going to get up from your chair and go arrest someone. As a matter of fact, there's someone in the audience here tonight that's committed massive fraud in medical billing. Yeah, he's in the third row. That's why I'm here. Get him, guys! This is all a ruse. You think I'm all talk? I'll be back to tell a stupid story that doesn't apply in a moment, but we're going to take this guy away.
Fraud, and that's happening. We're starting to do that, and that's a good thing. And a lot more.
Are you going to have to arrest your boss?
It's going to be happening in the future.
It's totally going to be happening. If it doesn't happen, and it could have happened, and you knowingly didn't have it happen because it was people that you liked, that's fraud. And are you going to turn yourself in?
But actually, who's been amazing on this is Dr. Oz, Mehmet Oz. Who runs the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, because so much of the fraud in our system is people who are defrauding Medicare and Medicaid. Let me just give you.
Yeah, but it's not patients. It's people who are double billing and stuff like that. It's never anybody who actually needs the care. Fucko.
A couple of examples. So we have in South Florida, we have entire companies that sell medical devices. They sell prosthetic knees and they sell prosthetic hips.
And a little piece of ironwork with a wrappy work attachment that hangs on a hook. And the children left there just the night before, around 8 o'clock.
And you know that they've received hundreds of millions, some of them billions of dollars in government funds, and they've...
Yeah, Florida's fucking terrible. Only assholes live there. I mean, it's just full of criminals. Have you been to West Palm?
Never shipped a single product. They're just set up by fraudsters, and there are so many of them, and many of them haven't... There are like over 100 of these companies that haven't shipped a single product.
And Pam Bondi never caught a single one while she was AG of Florida. That's weird.
Okay, I'll give you another example of fraud.
Okay, that has nothing to do with patients. That doesn't mean individuals are doing it. That has zero to do with people who deserve and need Medicare and Medicaid.
So this ridiculous situation with Somali fraudsters in Minneapolis, in the Minneapolis area. So you have a program that exists to help autistic children get the resources they...
Yeah, this was answered before you came on the scene, fuckhead.
...need to help their parents, find them a ride to school. Or if they need after-school support, to make sure their parents have what they need.
Right, and a bunch of this is helping out undocumented people, so there's no documentation of where it went. The money comes in, but they can't say where it went out because they would be able to trace that to the person that they helped, and that person fears deportation. So increasingly, as deportations go up, it gets even murkier. It doesn't even, there may be some fraud, but it doesn't mean it's all fraud, because a lot of these people, you just don't have a real... the kids don't have social security numbers. The parents don't have social security numbers. You're helping people who are on the margins. So it looks like, oh my God, they're not spending this money on anybody because they're spending it on people who live below the line.
And that program has been defrauded by Somali fraudsters who will go in, who will say that we have 3 kids, every single one of them is autistic, there's no verification from the state of Minnesota, so that family will receive tens of thousands of dollars from the taxpayer, and then the autistic children in Minneapolis who actually do need those services, the money's not there anymore because it's been taken away by fraudsters. We've completely stopped the funding to that program, and we basically...
So none of the kids with autism are currently getting the help they need. That was your answer. That's how you solve the fucking problem. There was fraud taking the money away from the kids with autism, and isn't that terrible? So what we decided to do was take all the money away, so autistic or not, fuck them.
Told the state of Minnesota, you don't get any more of our money unless you verify that you're taking fraud seriously. So we just turned it off.
And and how did you define taking fraud seriously? So they know when they've actually achieved it, so the kids that actually need the funding get it again. The fuck are you talking about? How is that the answer? We heard some people were stealing food from a program that's meant to feed all these people. So we're cutting off all the food. So until we find out who was stealing the food, nobody eats. You know, just like Jesus would do.
But
that's fucked up. That's like, how dumb? This dumb.
You know, but what Dr. Oz, working with some of the people in our Department of Justice, found is that in Southern California, you had all these people who were engaged in massive fraud against the Medicare system. You had just tons and tons of people getting rich off fraud. And so...
Sorry, again, tons and tons, lots and thousands and whatever. Where? In fucking San Diego and Irvine? Is that who you're talking about? Sounds like that's where you're talking about. That's behind the red curtain, my friend.
We had our weekly fraud check-in call 2 weeks ago, and Dr. Oz called in, but he's like, hey, I got to go because I'm about to hop on the bus and we're going to go arrest a bunch of fraudsters in Los Angeles. And I was like, that's exactly what I want you to do. By all means, get off the phone. So we're doing...
And that never happened.
A lot of that stuff. And
seriously, that never happened. Also, when are you going to arrest Rick Scott? Excellent point.
I think one of the biggest things and the most important things we're doing on this, Andrew, is that there was sort of in the Biden administration, probably intentionally, but regardless.
Fuck you.
This attitude of, if you were committing fraud of under $1 million, you were committing fraud of under $1.5 million, we're just going to look the other way. And the approach that we've taken in the last couple of months is no amount of fraud is too big or too small. If you're defrauding the taxpayer, you ought to go to prison, and anybody who's helping you ought to go to prison too.
Right. That's not the point. They would just recover the money or whatever. That is not, they're not just letting people go. It was only under $1 million, $1.5 million. They would only do a giant federal investigation if the fraud reached over that point, because in the margins of $1 billion system, that amount of money is inconsequential and easily explained. If you're spending $1 billion on helping, feed people, $1.5 million in discrepancy is not a reason to shut down the whole fucking thing while you go through everybody's books and round everybody up and have an investigation and question everybody and drive away the very people who need it.
That's great.
But their answer is, fuck it, turn off the spigot, let these people die.
I mean, I think this is one of the absolute slam dunk issues. How many of you guys out in this audience,
you guys don't like fraud,
care about American taxpayers getting ripped off? Right?
Right? Are we clapping or are we clapping?
This is like a 90-10.
Yeah, she's kind of, I think she's in the 60-40 kind of a clap.
99-1 issue.
The guy who was shouting at us earlier, he doesn't care at all about people getting ripped off by fraud.
But, I
showed him. He's gone, right? He's not still here. Scary.
I think it underscores a bigger problem, right? Because there's a lot of young people in this room, okay? A lot of you had some very formative years ripped off as well during COVID. You didn't get to do prom.
Absolutely.
You didn't get...
Sorry. Your prom was stolen?
Graduation. There was so many things taken from you.
By a pandemic.
And, you entered into the college years maybe with a really anemic workforce environment, inflation.
because the whole world economy had shut down.
And historic, life's expensive. What do you
so much better now, though?
What do you tell young people right now that even right now they're wondering, what's the future that I can get? What's the career I can get?
I think we're going to do some great things. I think you're going to see some things, and I think you're going to be seeing, and I think a lot of people don't like what they were seeing, and now they like what they're seeing, because I think you're going to be seeing a lot of things.
Afford to have a family, kids, buy a home. What's your message to them right now that have big questions ahead of their future?
I think my message to young people who are wondering whether they can afford a family, whether they can afford a home, whether they can
have babies, live with your parents,
afford, kids and the American dream is you guys have every right to demand more of your elected leadership. And my job is to make it as possible for the answer to that question to be yes. And fundamentally,
ask more, and the answer is yes. Make it as much as, okay.
The question you should ask your politicians is exactly that. Are you pursuing policies that make it easier for me to afford a house?
Nope.
Easier for me to get a good job?
Nope.
Easier for me to get a good education? And
nope.
Easier for me to raise my family in safety and security?
Nope.
And comfort. That is the fundamental issue.
And comfort. Oh, okay. That was the last one. Yeah.
And the thing that bothered me so much about the last administration, there are all these unique policies that I could sort of point to that were just
go ahead,
disastrous, and a lot of them were absolutely terrible.
Yeah, like what?
But so much of
like the child tax credit, like the Infrastructure Act, like the rescue package, like forgiving student loans so people could get on with their lives and spend that money building a business or supporting, I don't know, a fucking family.
It goes back to housing and immigration and the connection between the two.
Oh, this is it. Too many brown people taking up all the apartments and nobody's got a place to live.
Under the 4 years that Joe Biden was president, housing literally doubled in value.
Yeah, I don't think that sounds like what you want it to sound like. Say that again, shithead. Wait, back up.
Biden was president, housing literally doubled in value. Meaning if you're a young person...
Meaning if you're a young person and you had a house, it doubled in value during the Biden administration. What the fuck?
Trying to buy a house, it costs twice as much as it did before. And you...
Oh, no. Interest rates went up because of supply shock and a bunch of other things. Because there were a bunch of Volckerites, including the guy that Trump originally put in, Powell, and everybody around him, who still subscribed to this whole thing that inflation is, high inflation is caused by loose monetary policy, and you can fill a $20 trillion hole with $9 trillion. And by the way, anybody can math that.
You layer on top.
Let me know.
For that higher interest rates. That's just in 4 years. Nobody.
First of all, houses, a $200,000 house didn't go to $400,000 average across the country, increasing with double the interest rates.
Can afford that kind.
And if it did, why would you move? Who gives a shit if people want to,
inflation in the housing market. And one of the biggest drivers of it is the fact that we let in tens of millions of illegal aliens.
Lie.
People who should
gibberish
have been here, who were
wrong,
taking homes that ought by right go to.
Nope, they were in hotels and places like that. If they got placed with a family, it was a house that already existed. Nope. And there's not 35 million people. It's a joke. If that's the case, then why is the right bitching about fucking mass deportations not happening?
You and your generation. And so what have we done in the Trump administration?
There's some brown person in your apartment. Boy, this doesn't sound German at all.
We've shut the border. We've kicked a lot of those people who have come into the United States. We've kicked them out of our country. And importantly...
And look at it. Housing is it's crashing because there's all these empty houses everywhere.
We have actually instituted a ban on institutional investors buying up American homes.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Because
also, who gives a shit about that? I thought the immigrants were taking them. If institutional investors want to buy them, those are your buddies. And also, it's not a ban. He had an executive order to talk about doing it. There's no ban on it. You can't even do that. How's that legally fucking possible? If somebody's got the money to buy a house and the person who has the house wants to sell it to them, End of fucking story. For real. Sorry. And Republicans want this? This is just stupid.
Don't want.
What the fuck are you guys clapping for? That doesn't exist.
I don't want private equity firms, many of them backed by foreign money, to buy American homes. I want you guys to be able to buy American homes. And I will say...
One moment, please. Where is this? See later. Talk amongst yourselves. So, did they stop institutional investors from buying homes? No, they have not enacted a nationwide ban that makes it outright illegal for institutional investors to buy homes in the U.S., but they have moved aggressively to restrict and discourage it. There you go. With an executive order. Aggressively. An aggressive one. Okay. In January 2026, Trump signed an executive order titled Stopping Wall Street from Competing with Main Street Home Buyers. It declares that large institutional investors should not buy single-family homes that families could otherwise purchase. Well, I'm sure they're listening. The order directs federal agencies, Treasury, HUD, VA, USDA, FHFA, GSA, to stop using federal programs to approve, insure, guarantee, securitize, or otherwise support sales of single-family homes to large institutional investors who don't use any of those arms to do it. It pushes agencies to give first-look priority to owner-occupants and nonprofits on foreclosed properties and to tighten rules so federal support does not help bulk investor purchases. Legal and housing analysts note that the order does not itself prohibit institutions from using purely private capital to buy homes. It mainly cuts off federal backing and directs regulators to scrutinize and constrain those deals. They floated a legislative proposal. They've got a floater. A legislative proposal to bar investors that already own more than 100 single-family homes from buying additional ones, which would require an act of Congress and has faced resistance and debate because the idea that Republicans are going to vote for the federal government to deny someone who has the ability to buy private property in the United States is fucking ridiculous. Commenters from think tanks and media outlets describe this move as a move to ban or block big Wall Street buyers, but they also stress that for now, the operative change is in federal program support and regulatory posture, not a total private market ban. Just for the record. No, they didn't. They didn't do shit. If those companies have the money, they can buy those houses. If they want them, they'll get them. Again, does anybody really believe, fuck, if there's a maggot in the audience, in the chat or anywhere else, do you actually believe, or even that they would? Oh, thank you for the super chat. Do you believe they would do this, or should, even in the case of a maggot, I guess, deny a company or a private person, and I guess corporations are people, my friend, if they have the money and there's a piece of property for sale and they want that piece of property, should they be able to buy it? Do you think Republicans are going to shut that shit down? Now, you could put foreign investment limitations on it, but then you would have to break into the rules about LLCs and companies that hide who their backers are, or who their investors are behind a wall of triple LLCs and C corps, right? So there is no fucking way a Republican Congress would. Now, Democrats, I think, I have a couple proposals. One is that there should be a vacancy tax. A home or an apartment that is vacant for a certain period of time must lower its rent a percentage, to like 5 to 10%, whatever the raise has been happening in the area, that they're matching. They should have to lower the rent for that place or the asking price to move it, or pay for the empty space, because you are creating effectively the blighting of a space. If you can't sell it, And if you live in it, if you occupy it, that's fine. But if you just own it and it's empty, you're not renting it, you're just leaving it empty, you should have to pay a tax on a vacant property. Because there are downstream economic effects to everybody else. You raise the rents everywhere by taking apartments offline or houses offline. If there are 8 houses in a row and 2 of them are empty and not on the market, and the other houses, they can't rent them out because the price is too high, there's no vacancies. Like, you want to live in this area, and there's one other house available. The rent on that is too high because the neighborhood is full by all standards, when it isn't, and it doesn't have to compete with 2 empty houses. You're driving up the rent in this one house. Because if there were 3 houses available, the cost would go down, right? Or it would be based on the quality of the place and not on scarcity. If you're creating artificial scarcity, you should be taxed for that. Because you'll have a year. Maybe you just there's just a lack of fucking people out there. But lowering the rent or lowering the cost on a place isn't going to bankrupt you, right? But if it stays vacant for more than a year, that might be an active choice on your part because you want to sell it later and you don't want to have to broom a tenant to do it. That's a lot of what they do. They buy up these places and they run out 3 tenants in a unit that has 10 people in it because they want to knock it down and turn it into something else. And they don't want anybody in there that they have to, pay a moving fee or pay to find another place or any of that kind of stuff, or fight with them in court to get them out of there. Especially in rent control places. It's one of the downsides of rent control. Rent control in a lot of places creates this situation where the investors, to make back their money on rent control properties, keep another property basically empty and have it as a write-off to zero it out. And big cities are a big market for this, especially foreign investment. The taxing on on foreign investment in living quarters in the United States, not corporate offices, which are not mandatory. You got to have a place to sleep. You got to have a place to eat, but you don't have to have a place to go to work. You don't have to have an office if you don't want to. Your company can operate digitally and all this other stuff. So if they own a corporate office building and it stays empty, that's their ass. But if it's living quarters and there's a limited amount of it in a certain area, you drive up the rents by leaving them empty. And if that's your plan, if you got 2 buildings and you keep one empty so that you can drive up the rents on this one and then write off the profits in the other by using the other building, because goddamn, we just can't fill it. That's fraud. That would be fraud. So I would suggest that all the big cities, especially San Francisco, has a big problem with this. New York has a big problem with this. LA certainly has a big problem with this. I would guess Seattle doesn't have much of a problem because they don't have that many big buildings. They just don't. But any city is Chicago. Chicago has a bunch of that. There's whole sections of fucking town that are basically empty, that artificially spikes the rental costs and the purchase price of condos or lofts in the area. I'm just saying, if you're making money off of basically a frozen piece of property, you're just sitting on it till the price goes up and then you can sell it. And you don't want anybody in it because you want the buyer to have as many options as possible. And the zoning can be for corporate or a single family home or an apartment building. You want to leave it like that. That's how these buildings end up being decrepit and empty. Around Baltimore, there's a lot of that shit. That's where they're buying up the row homes and just sitting on them until everybody runs out. And they don't keep them up, so they just let them collapse. And because there are so many poor people, Baltimore passes rules about if your house is kind of falling apart, it's not your fault. You're fucking poor. Well, guess what happens? The companies, you'd be better off in the city helping people rebuild their houses. Like, hey, we have a housing fund. If you got a fucking floor falling through or your roof is caving in and because of something that happened and you are below a certain level, we'll help you rebuild your house. You just got to stay in it for a few years or whatever. That's part of it, right? That you could do. And it would be cheaper than not fining people, institutional investors that own rows of homes that are letting them fucking rot, basically so that the rats and the decay drive the other people out so you can buy their places too. Other than that, I have no opinion.
And I say this not to brag because I think you guys should be impatient. When a politician comes to you and tells you, I've done all these things, you should be asking, good, now go and do more. That's how I think of my job.
Well, then what have you done?
I don't wake up and say, oh, we did something really good last week. I think to myself, we did something good last week. Now let's go do more of it, or let's go do something different. Because maybe
yeah, we did something good last week. Now let's do something different. Let's do something fucking terrible. Huh? Who's with me? Of course you're with me, Bobby.
The statistic that I'm proudest of in the entire Trump administration,
oh boy,
is that over the last 8 months, rents and home prices have come down. Not stayed the same, they have come down.
One moment, please. And then I'm going to let you guys go. I've overstayed my welcome, you guys. Okay. You're going to like this one. Rents in the last 8 months. Realtor.com and other trackers show the national median asking rent has been drifting down year over year, as in multiple years, as in not just the last year when Trump's been in. With February data putting it at about 1.5 to 1.7% lower than a year earlier, at a roughly 4-year low around the mid 1600s. This is a modest pullback from the 2021-22 peak. In many cities, rents are still well above pre-pandemic levels, even though the direction over the last couple of years has been down or flat. But over the last couple of years, this is an ongoing thing from Biden. The trend is not uniform. Some Sunbelt metros, Austin, Tampa, Denver, Phoenix, etc., are seeing larger rent drops, while other cities have small increases. Why some rents are falling. A big driver is supply. Also, people went back home after COVID. So they rented a place to be near their family or near their parents or whatever. They got a little apartment instead of staying in their parents' home, that kind of stuff. And then they went back to where they were before. A big driver is supply. Multifamily construction that was financed in 2021 to 2023, which was part of the Biden administration's push to create more housing, is now delivering a lot of new units, especially in fast-growing metros, which forces landlords to offer concessions and lower asking rents to fill buildings. Yeah, 1.7%. Demand cooled from the post-pandemic spike as migration patterns normalized and household formation slowed a bit. So the balance of supply and demand shifted in renters' favor in many markets. Higher interest rates may have also kept some would-be buyers in rentals longer. But the sheer volume of new apartments in some regions has more than offset that increase in demand, putting mild downward pressure on rents. Mild downward pressure on rents since Biden, for 3 fucking years, because of buildings that were built that were financed by and large by the rescue package and a lot of stuff that the Biden administration was doing to make more housing available. Those houses that they start getting built around 2024 into 2025, and now they're starting to open up. That's what that is. Home prices in the last month. National Home Price Index, FHFA, Case Shiller, Fred, show that prices are off their 2022 peaks in real terms and have been recently moving sideways to slightly down in some states. But there has not been a uniform national crash. For example, some Texas home prices are reported down around 1% year over year as of 2026, with some local markets seeing small declines in median prices as inventory rises and sale volumes soften. Many local boards report that prices are a bit lower than a year ago, or growing more slow, or and this is the big one, growing more slowly. It's down from it's going down by going less up, while still significantly higher than 2019-2020 levels. Still up from pre-pandemic levels. Why home prices aren't dropping more? The main brake on price declines is still limited inventory of existing homes. This is why Harris was talking about building 3 million new homes. Remember that? In the first term, that's the goal. Many owners are locked into ultra-low mortgages from 2020 and 2021, so they're reluctant to sell and take on a much higher rate, keeping supply tight. Mortgage rates have come off their recent highs, but remain elevated versus 2021 and 20 and 21, which crushes affordability and keeps transaction volumes low rather than forcing large across-the-board price cuts. New construction has picked up in some regions, but in much of the country, it's not enough to fully relieve the structural undersupply built up over the last decade. So prices tend to stagnate or drift slightly rather than fall sharply. They're asking me locally where I'm looking. I'm not looking. This is in general. So the idea that he's like, bros, we fucking solved it. We fucking did it. Like, the thing I'm proud of is our 1.7 to 1.5 drop in rents some places, while the cost of living is made up for it. One of the reasons why people are lowering their rents is because food and gas and all this other shit is so expensive. It's taking up those funds. People can't afford the rent that they would pay before because they're spending it on fucking food.
And what I think of as our ultimate ambition is that
oh boy,
after another few years of this administration of stopping private equity barons from buying up homes,
which they are not doing,
from kicking out more illegal immigrants, from securing,
which again don't exist,
the border, what we're going to see is housing that is much more affordable, and then we're going to keep on building on it year after year after year, because the American dream should not be sold to the highest foreign bidder. It belongs to you.
Yeah. Then pass a law about foreign investment in homes and a sunshine law on LLCs that buy on institutional investors. You can't. You know why? Because it's your fucking tech buddies. It's Peter Thiel. They're the ones who are bought in on that. That's their way of investing. They want American property, so they're hiding the fact that they're buying these fucking things up. You think this asshole's going to say no to MBS buying tract homes in the United States?
That's so well said.
Or Xi Jinping? Well, he wouldn't do it. Zhang Youxia would. Well, he's most likely dead.
A lot of the people in this audience will know that this is one of the issues near and dear to Charlie's heart as well, to make sure that you guys could afford the American dream, that we thought about you first as a country. And
well, so sweet of you. So, in the caring, I'm overwhelmed.
So thank you for saying it so well. Naturally, we have to ask about what's going on in Iran.
Sure. What's going on? What's going on?
So, but I just want everybody, I want to give the vice president his due here, because you have been to Europe in the last week, then you flew back to the United States, only to fly back across the globe to negotiate impact.
God damn, the hollowness of that. Are more people leaving? Is the echo, is the reverb getting louder, or is it just me?
Yep, to come back, and somehow we...
Jesus, get a voice isolator on this shit.
Then we're like, are you really gonna...
Hold on, maybe it's on here. Hold on. This is the White House's own feed. This isn't even TPUSA's feed. Not an option. They don't even give it. Okay, perfect. Of course. Why would the White House have a voice isolator on it to make sure it's clear what's being said? I'm so silly.
Georgia, he's like, I'll be there. So
Thank you, Jody.
I want to give him a big round of applause.
For flying.
Thank you.
Biden went, before the debate, went to Europe back and forth like 7 times. And Israel.
I mean,
did he go to Israel during that time? I don't think so. I think it was all Europe. Yeah.
May I just say that's almost Trumpian level endurance. So, do you know...
It is a joke, yeah.
Time zone you are, and how many hours of sleep did you get?
I have no idea what the hell time it is right now. And it's kind of good, actually, because you just run on coffee, and then you sleep when you can, you wake up when you have to, and you just drink a whole lot of coffee. And, you know, look.
But is there coffee?
It's the job that I asked for, but yes, I will say, look.
Sorry, you asked him for it? I thought Don Jr. kind of recruited you and Peter Thiel insisted, and never mind. Sorry, you
I
asked.
think that, let me just say, you ask young people, and I want to make some observation because it made me think of something.
Oh, God.
Which is that young people in the United States, but particularly young Americans in the conservative movement, I think that we have a tendency to get too black-pilled.
Oh. Too black-pilled. So you should be marginally black-pilled. Also, this is great territory to enter into.
And here's what I say by this. We have a tendency to get too cynical, too pessimistic. Like, I'm sure that I've said mostly things that you agree with, and I'm sure that I've said some things you may not agree with, and you may not agree with everything that I say about the Iran negotiation, which I will get to answer.
Or Erica Kirk, for that matter.
To your question. But here's fundamentally the issue. When you see a politician, or you see a political movement, or you see an administration that isn't doing what you want to do, I think you have two choices. You can say, to hell with those people, and check out of the process. Or you can say, you know what, I'm going to get more involved. I'm going to make my voice heard.
Oh, fuck you. We got to get these people motivated so that they vote in the midterms, because they're fucking pissed. And they're all black-pilled. That's what this is. He just moved straight into that. I need to sell this.
Even more. I'm going to pressure that administration to do exactly what I want them to do because they got...
I'm tired of telling Trump to do the right thing. You do it.
My vote. They earn my vote, but they can't take it for granted. And I've seen some of this, on various issues. Like for example, I recognize that a lot of young voters don't love the policy that we have in the Middle East. Okay.
What would that be? Just strong arm everybody and bomb the shit out of them?
Okay, I understand that. I also know that we've secured the border. We've lowered housing prices now for 8 months in a row, and there's going to be more to come beyond that.
I don't think so.
We've made America energy dominant, which has lowered electricity costs and things like that.
Energy dominant. Honest to God, that's gibberish. Energy independent used to be the thing, but we aren't. And they know that's a ways off because, again, we produce 13.5 million barrels of oil a day. We use 19.
We've made it so...
There's no way you get to independent. Dominant just means we're producing more than other countries who are intentionally curtailing their output to drive the price up because it is their only commodity. That's not hard to do.
That we have the lowest murder rate in 127 years. I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue.
I'm not saying you had anything to do with that.
I'm not saying you have to agree with me on every issue. What I'm saying is don't get disengaged because you disagree with the administration on one topic. Get more involved. Make your voice heard even more. That's how we ultimately take the country back. It's not by you.
Take the country back? You're in charge, you dumb motherfucker.
If you get 5 things you want and 1 thing you don't want, I see way too many people, especially in sort of the online conservative, Twitter sphere, who say, there's no point. No.
Yeah. I mean, I got, ugly tweets and proudly bragging that you grab them by the pussy. Love all that. Fast food in the White House fucking rocks. Got fake Epstein binders. It's that whole saying you're not going to have any new regime change wars or any of that and then doing it. That's just one thing. I mean, on balance.
Or let me give you another example.
That wasn't an example.
Act, okay? A lot of people want the SAVE Act. I want the SAVE Act. I've been fighting for the SAVE Act.
It's the Save America Act. You say SAVE Act, nobody knows what it's about. They think it's about savings accounts, which would allow people to not be taxed on money they put in a savings account for a period of time. We can't have that.
Literally since day one of the administration. And I've seen a lot of people saying, what the hell's the point of voting for these guys if, you've got 3 Republicans joining with the Democrats to prevent the SAVE Act from passing, or I guess 4 Republicans. And here's my response to that.
You want it to be 7?
Yes, it is annoying to me that there are only 45 or 46.
Sorry, what the fuck does this have to do with your Iran bullshit and Islamabad, you dumb motherfucker?
Republicans who will fight.
I'm getting saucy. It's getting late.
Politically to get the SAVE Act passed. But you know what? 10 years ago, that number was 35. So the answer to frustration is engagement. Don't give up on this process. Get more involved in this process. And
Yeah, I don't think the people that you need to talk to can hear you because they are definitely not in the room.
Demand more from people like me. That's how we take our country.
Yeah, but you can't get blood from a stone. And I feel like this heifer ran dry a long time ago, if you know what I'm saying.
Back. I just think it's important to say that.
Yeah, that's the only reason you're there. You're trying to get these people to vote in the midterms. We get it.
That's such a good point.
It's such a good point. It's such a good point. And most of the people here are definitely not the kind of kids that would vote. That's why they're at a fucking weird political event and away from their friends in an empty auditorium.
How the Senate is such an example, as frustrating as it is, but you were part of that new wave of new thinking, of new energy, a new generation.
Yes.
And there's so many new voices.
And then Trump stripped you right out and put you in a fucking worthless gig as VP.
That are bringing real change to the Senate. I mean, we're 1-2 elections away from maybe having it all the way around.
100%. And I understand people get frustrated at it. I get frustrated at it. But it's a lot better than it was 10 years ago. And frankly, 10 years ago, it was a lot better than it was 10 years before that. But here's.
No, it wasn't. It basically ping-pongs back and forth, dipshit.
Where we are on, fundamentally, the president set a policy, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon,
and they wiped them out last year, and it got obliterated and done.
Now we are negotiating to make sure that very thing happens. And here's what's interesting about...
So we do negotiate with terrorists, as long as they're the state sponsor of terrorism and not the actual terrorists themselves. The money men are having a conversation. You ladies go in the other room and make tea.
What's interesting about this is that we have this ceasefire that's in place. I think it's 6 or 7 days old. Right now, this ceasefire is holding.
No, it's not.
And what you're seeing is the president wants to make, he doesn't want to make like a small deal. He wants to make the grand bargain.
Oh, yeah, but Obama already did that. So you gotta kind of just, it's like a rebranding, I guess.
What he's basically offering to Iran is very simple. And frankly, it's something that no president has had the ability to offer. He said that if you're willing to act like a normal country, we are willing to treat you economically like a normal country.
Normal countries have armies, an air force, and navies. They do. They have all those things.
He doesn't want a small deal. And that's one of the reasons why, one, I'd say in Pakistan, we made a ton of progress, but the
yeah, that's what I'd call it.
The reason why the deal is not yet done is because the president, he really wants a deal where Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon, Iran is not state sponsoring terrorism, but also the people of Iran can thrive and prosper and join the world economy.
So regime change. So you're negotiating for the regime, with the regime, for its end. I don't know why that's not going well.
And that's the trade that he's offering. He's saying, if you guys... He said, if you guys commit to not having a nuclear weapon, we are going to make Iran...
And ballistic missiles, and any range missiles between this certain amount, and, split tolls on the Strait of Hormuz with us, which is a violation of international law.
We're going to make it economically prosperous, and we're going to invite the Iranian people into the world economy in a way they haven't been in my entire life. And that's the kind of Trumpian grand bargain that the president has put on the table.
Yeah, it's all or nothing. Guess which one he's going to get.
Man, we're going to keep on negotiating and try to make it happen because it would be great for the world. It'd be great for our country.
Great.
It'd be great for everybody.
Be so great.
So I'm going to keep on fighting to make it happen.
So what you're fighting to make it happen? Are you going to go over there and box with one of them? You're going to leg wrestle? What happened?
Just a few more, and then we've got a few
please.
questions
I know we have
here.
Some questions from the audience, too.
My one question is, when you looked across from these Iranian negotiators, what did you make?
Who the fuck are they?
Of them? Did you get the sense that
are they alive? Were they actually are they in the room with us now?
Really were the right people? I mean, I'm assuming you guys know this type of thing, but...
Really? Why would you assume that?
I mean, look, you never know.
Oh, shit. This answer is off to a ferocious start. This is terrific.
We had never... The United States had never had meetings at that level with the Iranian government in 49 years. Like, it's a meeting that had never before happened.
Right, and with good reason.
Democrat, not Republican. We had never had a meeting like that where you have, you know, the person who's effectively running the country and
effectively
Iran sitting across from the vice.
Who would that be?
Vice President of the United States. That had never happened. And what honestly, after 49 years, there's a lot of course, mistrust between Iran and the United States of America. You're not going to solve that problem overnight. But yeah, I think the people we were sitting across from wanted to make a deal. And I know the President of the United States told us to go out there and negotiate in good faith. That's what we did. That's what we're going to keep on doing. So you never know, though. Yeah. Right? I mean, I've sat across from United States senators that I thought I agreed with, and, you know, you don't know with those people, right? I won't say who. You can guess. But I feel very good about where we are.
Great. All right. Where are we? All right. May I? I drafted up, hold on. I drafted up a little thing just so we'd have something to work with. Currently, the new Khomeini may or may not be legless, dead, injured, but is by and large effectively a show pony. He's just, you know, he's there as a placeholder for the former Ayatollah, which people respected as a religious leader. This guy's the fill-in, okay? And so nobody's committed to him. They're not, you know, some folks out of their faith will automatically transfer over, but it's just not the same. You know what I mean? It's like if Charles Manson had a brother named Tim who tried to take over. Tim Manson, same guy. You say, I'm a Manson, I'm part of the Manson family. Charles Manson? No, Tim. It's like that. Okay. Here's who's currently running the group. This is the IRGC is effectively running the country right now. You know, and the main guy is this guy Ahmad Vahidi. Okay, he's the commander in chief of the IRGC. And if there are any jump balls, this dude is calling them. Okay, he's the guy who was behind the bombing of I think it was called the Amya Jewish school in Argentina. Killed hundreds of people, over like 120, I think, 150, something like that. Men, women, and children, civilian target. That's this guy's jam. Civilian targets, asymmetrical terrorism. That's his deal. He makes like Qasem Soleimani, you know, look like Rumsfeld. Maybe that's worse. It's hard to say. Anyway, so and then there's the Quds Force commander. Ahmed Vahidi used to be in the Quds Force. That's when he did the Amya thing. Esmail Khani, he works through the proxies. He's the guy in charge of outreach, and he runs the bake sales for Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis and that stuff. So that's his whole gig. That was the Quds Force commander is often the pinpoint between proxies and asymmetrical terrorist acts in the rest of the world. That's what he does. Okay. And then there's Mohammed Karami. He's the IRGC ground forces commander. Nobody's really sure where he is, but he's part of the discussion. If he's alive or if he's not off planning his own thing, which will also be in line with whatever the old Khomeini wanted to do if things went to shit. There's Alireza Tangsiri. He's the Navy commander. Not doing so well. But he's basically in charge of putting sea mines on speedboats and dropping them everywhere he possibly can. And keeping a good map. Then there's Mohammad Reza Zadeh. He's the deputy Quds Force commander. He's an operational link to the proxy networks. He's also one of the guys who travels a lot to Gaza and to Yemen and those places, right? And he, you know, he's like the outreach director, right? Then there's this guy is a big dude, Mohammed Bagher Zolgadar. Yeah, Zolgadar. He's ex-IRGC. He's not in the IRGC technically anymore, but I think they called him back in off the bench because other people. He's been the fixer between the IRGC and the formal state, meaning the SNSC, yeah, and the presidency, which is the council that they have who makes all the decisions. Okay, he's the guy who smooths things over between the IRGC and the SNSC and the Ayatollah. So he's the guy who's been kind of like the working it out, balancing out between. All right. He's probably the dude who's saying yes or no to stuff that's being negotiated. I'm just filling you guys in. And then there's I did all this. Thank you. Mohammed Bagheri, which is the Armed Forces Chief of Staff. He's more of a tactical person in this. He's the guy who lets them know how many missiles they have left, where shit is, all that kind of stuff. Okay, but he's the specific. He's planning attacks and that kind of stuff. Okay, and he's at the table of the SNSC. That's this committee that they all sit around in and go, death to America, but just how much? Okay, so these are all my sources. You're welcome. And then I did a little breakdown using the chat and well, this was Perplexity, I think, because I trust its research. So I was like, there were a couple of stories we kept hearing, mainly about is he injured and maimed, right? This is to see. I know 4. I'm done. I promise. I'm all right. I just want to finish this out. We've heard a bunch about how he's maimed, disfigured, whatever, and it's all been from, by and large, from Trump or other sources. So this is what we know so far. Multiple outlets and intel leaks report that he was seriously wounded in the opening U.S.-Israeli strikes, possibly losing a leg or suffering other major injuries during Operation Epstein Furry. Iranian state media has leaned into terms like wounded in the path of jihad. So that's how we know it's true, is that the Iranian media is talking about him as he's seriously injured. And they downplay most of these things, as you do in wartime or as you do in a dictatorship or an authoritarian regime. You're always going to downplay those things. Go look at any of the Russian leaders in the 70s. And highlighted him as a war-injured leader while avoiding clear footage or details of his condition. They're not showing him if he's even alive at all. And I think that's why Trump keeps saying he's dead, because I think they have mixed info, right? Okay. Foreign intel sources quoted in these reports say they believe he is injured and at least intermittently indisposed. Kind of like Osama bin Laden and his dialysis. And then, so the issue with Khamenei is that he has very thin religious credentials and he might be wounded. So there's not a lot making him the leader of the country in that regard. He's just the figurehead for the regime as it is. If the IRGC is running the country and the guys that I just showed you are actually in charge of what's going on, all of them are dead enders. Arguably, the new Ayatollah is not. He sees himself as a religious leader of the Shia, and he believes he's going to stick around for a long time until the prophet comes back. But the IRGC guys would rather just meet you on the other side. These guys in particular are the third string because other people have been killed. And they're way more violent and way more focused on damage and blowback from this. Their goal, if this ends right now, will be terrorism all over Western Europe and the United States, punishing our Arab partners, all that kind of stuff, for as long as they're alive. That's where they're going. If Trump is negotiating with these guys and he thinks they're going to open the strait entirely or they're going to say no to nuclear missiles and any of that shit, he's wrong. The Iranian people and the American people have one big thing in common right now. We are both being ruled by arrogant, self-involved assholes who can't tell their ass from their elbow. It's not the Iranian people's fault. By and large, the American people are against this. But the leadership of both countries right now are fucking lunatics. And we have to hope they want to stay alive. See you tomorrow. This is some bullshit.
Promises made, they rot in the air. A handshake, a lie, a blank, cold stare. Puppets dance, the strings are tight. This is some bullshit. We see through it.
Thank you guys for your support. Thank you for the look at the Twitch emotes. Go for it. This song is now available on my SoundCloud. Enjoy.
Paper thin truths that crumble like ash. Golden thrones built on stolen cash. We raise our fists, we break the mold. Your house of cards is getting old. Static hums, the wires ignite. Truth's a bomb, we're ready to fight. This is some bullshit. We see through it. This is some bullshit. Can't undo it. Say it loud. We won't quit. This is some bullshit.
I love you, Andre. I love you, CSL. Love you, Mark B. Love you, Mark C. Love you guys. Okay, see you tomorrow. Just Phil's second hour, all me in the morning. I hope you enjoy it. House Sparks Mornings, Mega Worldwide. Come see me.